Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of your Psychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka, Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. Yes, what an awesome topic and conversation we have got today. The TFE mistake compilation part two. So last week, during the end of the podcast, we got a bit derailed, but this is the thing, guys. I don't like so much drama. I like, but not so much drama. All right. The reason I have my page, my five groups on Facebook, one of the biggest one being more than almost 70,000 members, right? So, what I mean with that is I never mix things. I know that it's not easy just to be on one thing, right? That's why in all my pages, all my group, all my content, everything is around just flat out. That doesn't mean I don't believe in other things and what is happening and problem with the world or whatever, right? The control system, the conspiracies. But I stick to flat earth, right? That is the reason. I just wanted to say that because what happened last week is because we know many things that could happen and happening in the community, but I like to stick to flat earth. But that doesn't mean that we trying to debunk the TFE is not drama. It's also drama, but not that kind of drama. It's still related to TFE, right? The TFE is supposed to be a psychological war and attack on the community. That is the reason we are debunking it. It's nothing. Differences of opinion was always there, always gonna be there. This is not an attack because of differences of opinion, because it's an attack because that comes an attack, the psychological thing they are going on with this whole TFE. I have my own opinion why the hell I think is the reason of why this TFE is done. There could be many reasons, but I know very well what it could be. For sure, I would like to go in that a bit later. But yeah, we are here again to complete the second part of the work our friend Sam Planet Reconnaissance have done to do the compilation. So we went in through a bit here and there, but we will try to go in more deeper tonight. So yep, get comfortable, get welcome, get your coffee, tea, plate, whatever makes you comfortable, and let's jump in with today's awesome conversation. And before I just introduce my guest, to hit that like and subscribe button. And if anybody wants to join the panel, let us know. Our usual panelists have their links in their places if they want to jump in. And anybody from the chat, if they want to jump in, let us know. And we'll find a way to send you the link so it can be here. So let's say welcome to our co-host and my brother Gene, all the way from New York. How are you, brother? Gene, how you
Hey,
doing?
bro. Doing good, man. Thanks. It's like Wednesday part two, though. It's like the days just fly by too fast, bro. They're doing something with time, and a lot of people are saying it too. So I find that a little interesting. It's crazy, man. The days just like funny. They said it was reserved for old people, but that's not the truth anymore. So yeah, man. I'd like to finish this conversation from last week, though, bro, because then we got more ammunition to show other people who might believe this stuff, and who might, this is could be a big thing. I don't know what Duffy's up to with this. I haven't seen hide or hair of any of those guys really. So if they are catching attention with it, these people might bring it to us, and then we'll have legitimate conversation to shut them down with. So, no, I appreciate it, man. Going in depth, and bro, you're hyper focused, and your precision is unmatched, brother. So you don't need to apologize to nobody for what we're doing, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you need no explanations, brother. But I definitely appreciate it. Let everybody know what the deal is and what's going on. And no, I'm psyched to be here. So hi everybody in the chat. Welcome everybody. A lot of great people up there again. Um, so yeah, man, let's do it, bro. Let's show that video, and and we'll tear it apart. It'll be fun.
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely, absolutely. And as you say, brother, there are many people part of our community who have been together in this and been seeing this. So nobody can just put it under the rug, right? And let it go as another psyop like what we had before. Smaller scale or bigger scale, but there was always some controversy or something funny related with flat earth with few people. People who have eyes to see have always seen, for sure. Absolutely, brother. And let's say welcome to our another brother, Tron. How are you doing, Tron, today?
Doing good, man. Thanks for inviting me up and everything. And I want to watch the rest of it myself. And I'm glad to be here. If I can contribute, I'll do my best. Um, I just want to say this: there's a lot of voices in the wind, a lot of voices in the wind of truth, in the truther movement and what have you, and lots of flat earthers that are real flat earthers, but I know there's varying opinions all over the place. So I agree with you. If we could just, I got a lot of opinions on a lot of stuff, right? But if we can stick, I try to keep it, if we can keep it focused to the flat earth, I like to bring it back around, you know, to keep it focused and not get too sidetracked. It's easy to do. It's easy to do. I've done it myself. So,
Yeah,
but I think that
sure it is.
keep focused on it and keep talking about the truth and this. I want to watch the rest of this stuff too as well, and let's just get to it, man. I'm with it. Happy to be here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, brother. And yeah, the more people looking from every angle, the more different opinion, the more different ideas, views from people is always good. So that's the best part. All the community from different angles are looking into it and breaking it down. So absolutely, bro. Oh yeah, and then we have the man himself, Flat Reconnaissance. How are
How are you
you,
guys?
Sam?
Good to see you. Good to be here. Sunday already. Wow, time goes by real quickly. Time flies. Oh man.
This is what I also wanted to say when even Gene mentioned, like, the time is flying. It's like somebody is controlling the speed of the Antikythera mechanism, right?
Uh, I don't know what it is, but I agree. Whatever you say, man, I agree.
Oh, the Antikythera mechanism.
Yeah, what is it?
Oh yeah. So that means you didn't watch the mechanical ram, right? Sam, you're still far behind, man. I'll tell you, anybody who didn't freaking watch Flatten the Curve
And,
and the mechanical ram, you need to update. You need to,
uh,
right?
uh, uh,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll see it. I'll see it. Just give me the link. Give me the link. I have to see it. I'm so Give me the link. I probably saw it. I saw so many videos, so many things. I don't even know what I saw. But this
Nah, you'd
doesn't.
know if you saw it. There's some really, bro, when you watch that, you're going to see some of the best looking flat earthers you ever saw in your life.
Share the link, man. Don't be greedy. Share the link. Share the link.
What do you mean greedy, bro? We are like that's one of
I'm
the
kidding.
top
Kidding.
production of all times in flat Earth, bro. So this is the thing,
Oh,
no. Also, when I hear people on TikTok or some people speaking about we don't have a model, we don't have a model, go and update yourself, guys. And if you want to debate, that is, we don't have a model, come and debate with me. Yeah.
well, when people tell me that, I'll tell them very simply, flat Earth movement is like about 10 years old, is still young. If we had, 10% of the, budget of NASA, we'll have more than a model, you know. So,
But this,
give us time.
oh
But
yeah, but
anyways, we have, we know that that Gleason map is kind of a model. Everything works on
no,
that
no,
map,
no, no,
no?
no, no. This is the Sam. This is the reason I'm saying watch the mechanical RAM. A map is not a model, right? A map cannot be a model.
That's right.
So yeah,
Um, so,
for
so when they
for
talk,
everybody, yeah.
so when they ask for a model, like they ask for like a model of how things work on flat Earth, like the complete thing, not just like the map, like the mechanisms, everything. That's what they want to. That's what I say. What they ask for a model, because what they ask for, what is a model? That's a good question.
I
I
ask them
thought,
the same thing. I say, I'll show you my model once you show me your model. I
yeah,
want to see
exactly.
a model of the heliocentric model. They don't have
Also,
one. I got a
they don't
cartoon.
have. I know,
I got cartoons. They don't have one. They
of
don't
course
have
Oh
they
yeah,
don't.
we are, as I said, we are nobody. We are nobody to make a model. The ancients have already done it for us, right? And maybe it's not even the ancients. Maybe it's from the sky. It's from the gods, right? Same like the technology we see in the construction today. Maybe we think it's human. Maybe it's humans, but much more evolved. So this is the thing. What's the mechanical RAM? This is not the topic
I,
of today, guys. So anyway, thanks everybody here on the panel for being here. Just gonna play a couple of video and then we get into the actual topic, right? All right.
To the Trout. I forgot how to pronounce his channel's name, but beautiful song. I really enjoyed this song. So let me talk a little bit more about some of the stuff. So, guys, as you know, when we come to Flat Earth, we have to relearn many things, and it's not any different with me, when I start relearning everything. So I have my this as I have tea here, and I've been listening to some Christians, and I try to get this information from Christians. So I have a Brazilian flatter channel. Uh, he was talking about the benefits of copper, and I trust this guy. We talked. He's an excellent. He's a flat earther, biblical flat earther. He's been fighting the good fight, and he did a couple of videos showing the benefits of copper. I'm really considering to buy a new tea bottle like this, copper. And then I saw another Christian TikTok talking about the benefits of copper. So I decided to go ahead and get me one of these. And this is from Vikka, Vikka Draziv. Okay. So I decided to get one. I'll be wearing this stuff to see if, if it works. This is a copper bracelet. And Vika is promoting it because you know you have to help sometimes some flatter channels. Some people say, "Well, why you doing this? Whatever." People say, "Why are you selling maps?" Well, you can go buy one map at Walmart. They sell. Go to Walmart's website right now, Flat Earth maps, and they sell and help them build those concentration camps, the martial law place, the super centers, which will be transformed into martial law centers, and it's coming, guys. I have a video here to play in a minute. So, I mean, I want to shout out to Ricky Hinckley. You guys probably know, I told you about, like, I have this online store, and the company just didn't pay the funds to creators. You can go to YouTube right now and you type Spring Creators or Teespring, and you see the videos, people, creators. I'm not talking about Flat Earth, I'm talking about any regular people, because what they did is, like, we submitted our art, they saw our art, but they never paid us. And since November, they or last year. So Rick had the website, and he actually, it's just like if I have an apartment, I say, well, I have an extra room here, you can live here for free, no problem. So that's what he did. He hosted my maps there, and now he's printing them for me. And so there's one way for you to support the channel. If you want, go to my online store and get a map if you don't have one, or help Vika as well, buy him a bracelet. But it's peanuts, okay? You're not here like this is not for um, our benefits, like maintaining. Don't have a fancy studio. I don't even pay the StreamYard plan, $35, because the money I make extra.
Oh yeah, shout out to Eddie Alankar for getting that bracelet, and do also support him. Yes, Eddie's also been a very long time in the community. That is one of the person who is, as I say, resistance, right?
Mhm.
And yep, and if you resonate, support, even buying sometime a T-shirt or a map or whatever or a bracelet. As he said, and as I'm saying too, this is not our bread, but a bit of support here and there does really help. Absolutely. 16 emergency landing, get that too, right? That brother has made this free. But if you really want to support, you can buy a copy too, right? So, absolutely. And one more thing I'm going to be playing here. One moment.
Reason why all the ancients used to wear copper. First of all, before I tell you, you must understand the meridians of the human body. So your body has these meridian lines. It's basically how electrical energy flows through the body through these lines and gives energy to these specific organs and places within your body. Now, copper, the atoms of copper vibrate very highly and they give off a lot of etheric energy. So by wearing copper around these meridian lines enhances the flow of energy within your body. Okay, so let's say you have a joint pain in your wrist, you'd wear a copper, bracelet, and this will enhance the energy flow and give energy to these bones and meridians, which will help rejuvenate the wrist. Or you can just wear them in general to increase the flow of electrical energy within your body and sync up with a higher consciousness.
Oh, yeah. So, you have the link in the description and also in the chat. Also, you can check out Gene stuff, amazing artistic stuff, amazing moon frames. So, yep. You also have the link from Gene in the chat and in the description. And the same goes for the bracelet too. Shout out to Jack. Oh, Jack says, Blessing Vikka, received your bracelet this week. Thanks. No, thanks to you, brother, for the support. Absolutely. And yep, the final experiment. Yep. What were you saying before, Tron, about these people, about Mr. Duffy, right? How these people love to lie, right? This is the best part. That is the basis of their whole thing, because don't look like these people even have soul,
I'm
right?
telling I I'm actually I've heard a lot of stuff said, and I don't like to call another man a liar easily. I would rather not say that, but I have no other way to say it when it comes to that guy or anybody that's unfortunately associated with him. It seems like they're just lying. I don't know what else to say except to say it that way. Unless you've got a nicer way of saying it, I'll say it nicer. They just, and then to call oneself, he calls himself a pastor, so he's claiming ministry. Okay, I know real ministers. They're not like that guy. They don't go around telling you it's okay to lie, and all this stuff, and the Lord approves and all that. I don't know where they're coming up with this, but
Yeah, that's the first time I heard that one.
bro, it's very bothersome. It's very bothersome. That have you ever seen the video when he said all this?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I was actually taken back by it. I thought, is this a joke? So anyway, I didn't know what I was quite alarmed when I heard this. I mean, I've heard a lot of things and people make a lot of claims, but wow, that was a big one to me. I've never heard such a thing from a real, supposedly Christian pastor who's an admitted Mason. Maybe that explains why, but
But that's the mechanisms of evil. They're going to tell you that what's evil is good and what's good is evil. That's the way they do it.
the opposite, exact opposite.
Exactly. That's the way it is. Masters of confusion. Like
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yes, sir.
Of course.
Yeah, so for them, it's not like lying, really.
And
No,
It's
of
really,
not really
course.
telling you the whole truth.
and they say, you've heard of the statement, the birds of a feather flock together. Uh, I think that those people that would associate with a gentleman like this dude, Duffy, why would anybody associate or lend their name to this dude? Just be based on that alone, the lies and stuff like that he's telling. I'm like, they're all suspect. I could not, in good conscience, even if I just couldn't do it. I would say I'm not associated with that dude. With all this stuff he's saying about the Lord says it's okay to lie, I would get away from that dude in case the lightning came down.
Well, because you're still human.
Yeah,
So as a human, you cannot associate yourself to this. But these
I
people are
can't.
like dehumanized,
So
totally
those
dehumanized.
so those that associate themselves with him, like I had up the filmmaker that was with him, Jonathan. I told him these things on my live. I says, "Do you know that Duffy's a Mason?" He didn't know. I proved it to him. I said, do you approve of these things?" He's trying to invoke the Lord and all that. I said, so I went with the Lord with him. I said, "Do you think this is right? That this Duffy says this?" All he did was start making excuses. I thought, wow. So that tells me, why does he coming up pretending to be a flat earther?
Giving him permission to lie now.
I called him out, and I'm going to continue to call it out. He's not telling the truth, and they're associating in this. They're all in this. I don't know what it is, but they people, like-minded people, so they must all be lying together. What other conclusion can I come to? I try to use logic, and I try to have mercy on people, and I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I really do. They leave me no choice. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do when I hear this stuff that I hear, except call it out? Yeah.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I tell you something.
absolutely, bro.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sam.
No, no, go ahead, go ahead. It's okay. I'm just wanted to confirm what he says, that you're saying that you're trying to give the benefit of the doubt, and you're trying to understand, but I don't try. I don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't give them nothing. It's a,
Well,
it's a,
I'm with you. I'm with
it's
you.
a it's an all-out war against nature, against truth, and I'm gonna fight these people, to the end. I don't give them nothing. I don't try to be nice to them. I try to, they're like that evil people. We have to treat evil, for what it is, and
No,
just like,
he came
we
up.
have to war against it.
I've talked to this Jonathan a few times. He comes up. He's in my life. So everybody's all over him, and I'm discussing things with him, and he's invoking the Lord. I thought,
Yeah,
okay, let's invoke the Lord. Let's talk about the Lord. I'm like, what Lord are you? What Lord are you talking about,
exactly.
Jonathan? It ain't
Ex-
the same Lord I know. what
exactly,
Lord? Is it the other
exactly.
Lord? Is it the devil? You know what I'm saying?
Lord Vader.
Something ain't right with
Yeah.
that. And that's why I gave the benefit of the doubt. But I'm like, do you agree with? Anyway, I don't want to. I've said enough. I've said enough about it.
Next
Oh
time
yeah.
he's
Before
on
we
here, Trump,
continue,
send him over
guys,
here
before
on a
we
Sunday.
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Gene, go ahead.
Next time you see him, send him over here on a Sunday, Tron.
I doubt he's going to come up anymore.
Yeah, I doubt it
Unless he
too.
just likes getting abused. I don't know. I wasn't the only one speaking. I had some pretty big people, pretty loud people that were not afraid to speak their mind. So they were all over him, worse than I was, frankly.
Oh, Jonathan won't come here. He won't come here because we wanted that he come here, but he didn't. But Mr. Will Duffy did make an appearance here for sure. Shout out to Ironworks Vladimir, our brother. He says, "Hey family, go get it on the road from New York." Thanks for the super chat, bro. Your link is in the Telegram. Yeah, this is the thing. These people don't have a soul, guys. This is the thing. To lie
I'm
on
telling
that scale and not to have any consequences of karmic consequences, right? If there's anything called
you,
if
Vika.
there's anything called karmic consequences, right? To have so much bad energy from the people, right? So this is the thing, right? You don't even want to give a hard feeling to anybody, right? Either you know that person or you don't know that person. So you imagine lying at that scale for whatever reason it could be, and trying to play with the people in confusing with what reality is, right? So I don't know if
Well,
these people really believe in that. Yeah, go ahead.
well, when Jonathan, when I told him about the Masons, and I showed him that Duffy was one, then he shifts his tune and starts saying how the Masons are good people and they're all about God. Oh my! And then everybody jumped in on him. I mean, It's like no matter what you say, he was literally trying to be a flat earther, but all he did was honestly defend the heliocentric garbage. And I'm like, what kind of a flat earther are you? I mean, do you think any of it? I mean, do you believe in any of it? I mean, come on, man. I can understand being having some issues, explaining certain things or what have you, but sounds to me like he was just pretending, and he was
Well,
pretending, and I pushed him hard, and so did everybody else. So I
that
don't care.
So Tron, if you're saying, or if people are also saying, right, if this guy Will Duffy is a Mason, so that means he's a secretive flat earther, because Masons know the Earth is flat.
That's a fact.
of
They're
course
supposed
everybody
to.
knows.
They say
But,
they do.
knowing the earth is flat doesn't make you a flat earther. McToon also knows, for lying, but they're not flat earthers. They're fighting the idea. That's all. They know it's flat, but they
They
gotta
just
fight
want
the
people
idea.
to think that they're not flat earthers, but they really are.
Well, some
Well,
They
yeah,
got,
people.
but,
come on, man. You can't debate the globe for 5 years and have no understanding of anything of it.
of course not.
Nothing makes any sense to him. It's all like no, 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 nothing. That's impossible, guys. That's impossible.
But
Unless you're
but
lying.
Tron, what you just said about that guy, like what kind of a flat earther is? He's not a flat earther, and that's the way they do it. They come into the community. They try to make you believe that, like, one of us, and they
Yes.
just enter bullshit. We have the same problem here in Israel. We have like fake Jews, fake rabbis that just come and tell you and talk about the Torah, and they just say the opposite of what's written in the Torah. You guys have the same shit. You have like fake Christians, people that pretend they're Christians and not Christians at all. They're anti-Christians. So that's the way they do it. They come into the community, they pretend they're like part of you, like parasites, but they're not. And you can judge them, according to their, what
I
they
remember,
say.
I remember when that filmmaker came on alive. I was on. I think it was. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dip. He was on. Shout out to Dip if he's out there. He had
Yeah,
a
that's
live film.
awesome.
That's the first time this Jonathan showed up out of the blue. I was on that live when it was happening in the
Cool.
panel, and I knew this guy was a phony the same day. I knew it. I didn't say much about it, but then I really let him have it when I had my chance. I mean, I didn't let him have it. I asked him enough questions when I had some real time with him, and I realized, what is this guy's lying? I mean, why don't they just say, I believe in the globe? Because if somebody believes in the globe, I'm not mad at them. I'm going to try to convince them, but I'm not going to be mad. Shoot, I got close friends of mine that don't see it like I see the world the way I see them, like, that the earth is flat, geocentric and everything. They don't see it that way. I don't hate them or anything. So I don't care if someone doesn't see it my way, but why do you want to pretend and lie about it when it's clearly obvious that you're not a flat earther? Why lie about it? You're right, to deceive, to try to infiltrate and all this, but that crap ends with me because I'm to the point I'm starting to block people. I don't want. All they do is put out misinformation on purpose,
Of
and
course,
there's a whole strategy behind it. And I see what
exactly.
they're doing. I see exactly what they're doing, and they're
And,
constantly.
and that's what they don't understand. We experts in liars. We see them. We used to them. We like professionals. Like like a plumber is a professional. Like fixing like
They're always scheming.
pipes.
They get together in their little groups, and
Yeah.
they're like, "What are we gonna do
So
now?" I
so
know
so
that's what
so
they're doing.
so they're only used to like fool idiots. But when they come here, they have to understand that we guys that like to think, analyze things, and and we know who you are. So it's going to be very hard for them to fool us. We're going to see them right away. I can see them like a mile away. So they don't understand that it doesn't work. The tactic don't
I've
work
said
with
this.
us.
I've said this 100 times at least. Because I'm in the TikTok area. So somebody wants to come on, they get in a chat, then they want to come up. So they got 2 followers. They got 2 followers, and they're following 2 people. I'm like, who creates a new account and all of a sudden just finds themselves in a flat earth discussion on come on, they're trolls, they're faking, and I don't
Of
put up
course,
with it. I won't put up with it.
they're probably not
No,
even human.
what
It's
doesn't.
possible it's just algorithm. It's just like bots,
They
robots.
want to try to get
Oh
it
yeah,
shut down. They want to try to get things
but
shut down. They want to try to derail and shut the whole thing down. That's what they're trying to do. I know it
What
is.
else can
Right,
they do
it's
so
all
far?
damage control. They're not going to change any of our minds, but what they might help is somebody that's on the fence,
True.
and
And
they're really not sure. They're not sure how to look for the truth, and then they're going to see stuff like this. Oh, a big Antarctic trip. Oh, look, they proved the Earth's a globe.
what they do
You
is
know,
they
it'll
come
be
in.
easy for them.
I'll tell
In
you what
some
they do.
points, people are just going to cave into that.
Right. They come on a panel. What they want to do is they want to waste a bunch of time. They'll say, "Can
Exactly.
I ask a question?" Then they want to ask 10 questions in a row, like they got this list, and
Yeah.
like it's all organic. First thing I
Eh,
ask them, everybody. If I don't know them, I'll say, "Let me ask you a question." I say, "I don't care what you believe. Do you believe the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a globe?" I make them tell me. If they're sitting on the fence, I don't believe it. No one's sitting on the fence and just happens to show up and talk about flat Earth somewhere. That is a lie.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they are succeeding into pulling you into endless and
Yes,
sterile debates, so you can
exactly.
just keep on, spending your energy trying to reason with like
Yes,
ghosts.
you're absolutely, you nailed. That's exactly what they do. So what
Exactly.
the strategy needs to be, what's your question? If it's a dumb question, tell them it's a dumb question. What else you got? I'm not kidding. I don't play with it anymore, and I'll drop them because the other people want to come up and I don't care because I know what they're doing, and we got it. For me, I'm just speaking for me and in my world that I deal in. People are getting tougher. They're getting tougher, and we're not being as nice as we used to be because we know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I'm protecting the truth. I don't want them to derail anything. I'll let them ask anything they want. I don't care because I'm an open book. But if they come in there with the same agenda, I'm like, what is this? Just to get you talking all over the place. I'll stop it immediately. I know what to say when they come up. I'm not the typical guy. I handle it differently.
I always compare that. I told that before to the commandments in the Bible, not to talk to the dead people. Because it's forbidden among us to talk to the dead. That's one
Yes.
way to say that it's like true, necromancy and everything. But it might also refer to other thing like talking to empty people, talking to people that are toxic, that are gonna just
Okay,
bring you nowhere. And this is
casting.
this is the
Exactly.
negativity of the dead. They're
That's what they
dead. Those
want to
people
do.
are dead.
Those are trolls. They want to do that. They
Yeah.
want to derail it. They want to get you off topic or whatever. But it doesn't work that good with me. But but at the same time, I want to give people a break. I want to see the good in people if I can. But if
oh,
you know, go
oh
No
ahead.
yeah, absolutely. One
creativism,
thing,
though,
guys.
bro. If it's not there, it's not there. Don't create it.
Oh, I'm with you. If it
Yeah.
ain't
Get the
there,
picture
you're
you
out
want
of
to
here.
see with
You're
fake
out of here.
colors, you know?
I'll get rid of them really fast. I'll say
Yeah.
sorry, bye, see you
Yep.
later.
Oh yeah, one scenario I want you guys to know or imagine, right? 8 or 9 people. How many of these clowns went to the Antarctica, right? 8 or 10 people.
I think 10 supposedly.
Yeah. So out of that, 3 are supposed to be flat earther, fake, genuine, flip. We don't know. 3 flat earthers and 7 globers, right?
Yeah.
And the 3 of them are all paid for to go for this shit, right? And all the rest of the Globy teams, they all got financed or crowdfunded or whatever,
Right.
right? So you have seven people already, somebody paying for them, and including these three people, the supposed fake flat earthers,
Mm-hmm.
on a trip where they want us to, where they want, their main purpose is to destroy flat earth, right?
It certainly seems like that, Vika. Even Witsit, I don't know about him. I've heard that maybe he's, I don't
Oh,
know.
come on, don't
Dude,
you
I
know,
mean, I didn't follow
you,
any of it.
you,
I'm
you,
hoping
you,
that
you,
he'll come out, but I've got my doubts. But we shall see. We shall see.
you know, you can be nice. You can try to be nice, to the max. But at one point, you have to be careful not to become stupid, because then
Oh
there's a fine line, a fine limit. Where being too nice, it's like being stupid or naive. That's enough. We know there is no. We wish, we were
Nah,
wrong, but we're not.
nah.
Those
Oh
people,
yeah.
Don't
they're like
don't change your
vampires.
personality because they're being that way. You don't have to mimic them. You can still be yourself. You don't have to react to everything they
So,
say.
oh yeah, absolutely. So the other thing, shout out to Four Jacks for being a new member. Absolutely awesome. Appreciate that, brother. And yeah, what I mean to also say is that what would be the outcome if the whole it's financed by these people, and you have these three people. So also to make the community look like the community is not, don't have nothing. They couldn't even fund themselves to go on that so-called adventure. They have made the flat earth community or the people look dumb even before it started. And the three dumb people they took was also enough also for the rest of their, of this whole shit show to unfold how it unfolded, right? If we really think about it, right?
yeah.
No gadgets, no gears, no money, no nothing. Reaching there, sleeping, like, what bullshit is this? Why the hell did you even freaking sign for it?
Right. I'm with you. I would have never went down there.
Of course,
I wouldn't. No.
going down there is already a treason. Going down there is already admitting that there might be a South Pole. Automatically, what kind of flat earther can say, "Oh, you know what?
I
Maybe there is a
still,
South Pole."
I
That
still
this is
think there's money.
this is stupid.
Obviously, there's a lot of money involved, and I'd like
I
to.
don't know.
I'd like to know that we still have it. That they admitted that they're making a movie. So at some point, this movie's got to come out, right? So there's going to be money involved, right? Somewhere.
Yeah,
What?
nobody's gonna
Yeah,
take
Nobody's
it.
getting
They're
any
gonna
money.
eventually they're gonna eventually ask Vika to take it because nobody's gonna want it. If Vika, please.
if they're obviously they didn't do. They're doing it. I mean, for money. Would you go out there, put your name on the line for nothing?
well, the thing is, if we were already like built as an entity, as an organization, we could sue them because this is a a lawsuit case. As an organization, we could sue them. As individuals, they won't work. But if we did represent like millions and millions of people, and we put we sue an organization or Netflix or whatever for spreading lies, then it could work. It could have an impact in it because that's the disgrace. How can you make a movie or documentary on something that's totally staged, totally fake? This is like
Well, we haven't seen it yet, have we? I keep hearing we were supposed
well,
to see it after a month. Now it's been like 6 months, and I haven't seen anything. Have you seen?
because
I haven't seen anything.
no, but I tell you something. We all say they went to Antarctica, but let's be logic. If Antarctica has like trembling mountains and straight lines in the sky with right angles, so I say okay, they went there. It's like a haunted place maybe, but everything we've seen so far is all fake. So my
I agree.
conclusion is that they never went to Antarctica, and if they did, it's not. It doesn't appear in their footage because their footage is all fake. So how can we say that they went there if it's all fake? That's what I'm trying to understand. They never went there. They went somewhere else. They did something else. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't care. It's fake. So why do you have to fake it if it's if it's
You know,
real?
if we wanted to have a 10-minute show, we could do what looks real about it. That's why we got to have this in all these different shows.
The
'cause
show
it's
would be
fun.
over if we were
You,
talking
you,
about
you,
the
So
real.
much wrong
The
with it. You
show would
can't
be
cover it
over.
in
te-
4
Tell me
hours.
something. You talked about the money and everything that was involved into like financing the trip, but have there ever mentioned the fees that you're supposed to pay to go to Antarctica? Because I heard that there are like very heavy fees, like in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you want to go to Antarctica. That's what I heard. I don't know,
I don't
but
know. I know
they
that
never heard about. They never mentioned
Many
that.
permits, and you need many kind of permits.
But they never mentioned that. So did they
everyone had to
mention that?
get a permit. They all had to get permit. No, we kind of pressed them. I've
Uh,
pressed them before. From what I gather, it was between 30 and 35,000 per person that went.
Well, I
That's
heard
what
about a
we
half a
all.
million. I heard about $250,000 just for the fee, just for fill
It
up the
might be
form
true.
to.
I don't know about that. I
Nah,
just
that
person.
200
Go
that
ahead.
two hundred
Yeah.
fifty thousand is if you want to like do it independently and explore on your own. I think you gotta put applications in. You got to tell them what you're doing, why you're doing it, what you're bringing, all
Where you're
that stuff.
going?
But to
So
do
was it?
these trips, I don't think it's that much money.
I
It's
think it
not
was.
cheap,
They said it was 30 to 35,000 per
right?
person that went down there. So if there was 10 of them, probably around 350,000 was the number
All
I
right,
heard from several
okay,
people. Okay, I
yeah,
can't
but I
verify.
mean the
That would
permit.
only just be a, yeah, the ticket or everything included.
I think that was for everything for them to go. This is what I was told. Matter of fact, Jonathan said, if we can believe any of this junk, and I think that you're familiar with Toon McToon, and
Oh yeah,
if you know, I think he was also saying that as well. I can't verify any of it, guys. This is just the information that I personally heard with my own ears. But I didn't see any receipts or anything. No one, this is what I was told. This is just strictly what I was told. That it was around 30 to 35,000 per person that could do the whole thing.
Yeah. No, nothing is clear, but everything they say, nothing. It's just like their own fucking footage. Everything is fucking
It might have been
blurred.
1,000. I don't know. I'm just going by what came out of people's
Every
mouth. You know,
every single thing they say is not accurate. Even the right time, they don't even give you the right fucking time. They don't even. It's fucking crazy. It's like nothing is true. It's like it's a cult of the lies. It's just like everything has to be a lie. It's like when they don't have to lie, they just lie. It's just like a disease. It's,
I
I
agree.
mean,
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
practice.
oh man.
100%. It's
Oh,
it's
oh yeah, Rachel. Oh, I was mentioning churches grift money. They do not spend it foolishly. Oh yeah, I did point out that Duffy was present in that pastor debate. There might be possibilities of being a spiritual war, also
Of course it
of
is.
flat and
We know
flat
this.
church versus globe church or flat, right? So he was mentioning Greg Locke was mentioning about saying $50,000 he's going to pay to go to Antarctica for both the pastors, right? Was he saying or not?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I
Not
don't know
sure.
about that one, Vika.
I think they
Gene,
filmed
do you
everything
remember?
in that church.
I'm not sure, man.
But do you guys remember he mentioning about Antarctica or going to Antarctica, right? So look it up, guys. Look it up. So there's a possibility. I'm not saying it's absolutely true, but Will Duffy was present there too,
What
right?
did you say?
He might have taken the idea from there. What?
You broke up a little. Can you say that again now?
That Will Duffy was present in the Greg Locke and Dean Odell's.
I know it. Yeah, yeah. You're saying that he offered for them to go or for Dean Odell to go?
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah,
I think Greg Locke was
something about
mentioning
that. Yeah, I think I did hear something about that. Yeah, I did.
And he said he
so
was
that
there in Tennessee.
I
But
even heard Duffy was there.
Yeah, a
you-
lot of people were there. Flat Earth Dave was there. Nathan was there.
but
I think. Yeah.
I was
we
there.
have to we have to think correctly. If these people faked everything, okay, they never went to Antarctica or they went for a little bit just to get some footage. Anyways, So it's not logical that they will ask anybody, oh no, do you want to come? Do you want to come? Because of course, everybody going there have to be in on it. They cannot just like come and just, like innocent people. They have to be in on it. So they might stage also when they ask people, oh, you want to come in, everything. It's maybe
Sure.
staged. They don't want them to come in because they're not in on it. Everybody that's going there have to be in on it.
It was all
You
part
understand?
of.
So in order to make you believe that there's nothing wrong there, look, we even asked David Wise, to come in, and then he refused. It's all fucking staged.
Right.
It's not true. It's not. I
Sounds
don't
like,
believe it's true.
right. It
You
sounds
understand?
like it's all part of the movie that Duffy was making the movie even back then. He was making that movie. I know that Duffy called out Dean Odell. So he kept mentioning his name afterwards, after the TFE, and he was talking about Dean, trying to invoke his name and get him involved somehow. Because Dean was like one of the first pastors that actually spoke for flat Earth, for real.
But just asking regular people to go there is just to make you believe that it's genuine. That
No, I agree.
they were. You understand the scam?
Yes, I do.
Damage control. That's what I mean.
I think
They're only going to get.
movie. He's making the
They're
movie
only
back
going to
then.
get certain people that are on the fence looking around. They're going to think it's true, and they're just going to say, and they're going to give up. They're not, people
All
aren't
part
so
of his
determined.
movie.
People don't want the truth. They want the comfortable lies. They want the conformity. They want to be accepted. They want to just go with the crowd. Nobody wants to stick out in the right ways. They want to stick out in kind of weird, obscure ways, which is fine too. But they don't want the truth. They want the
Comfortably,
lies, bro.
I agree. I agree.
comfortably numb. Pink Floyd, 1977.
Yeah. That was about watching television. If you watch that movie, you see the kid growing up, and throughout the whole movie, he's sitting there
Yeah.
staring at a TV. And right before the movie, when that movie, right before that song starts, he's like unconscious, sitting in a chair with a lit cigarette in his hand, and they kick the door down. And that's what comfortably numb's about. It's not about really doing drugs. It's about watching
No.
TV and being a conformist and not
Exactly.
fucking understanding the world around you.
Which is a form
That's
of
my
drugs.
interpretation of it.
That's a
I
kind of
agree.
drug.
I totally agree with you.
Well, it is sort of a drug, but not the way, like not
A
something
mind
so,
drug.
They're not
Right,
using
yeah, but
critical
no.
thinking. They're not able to critically think on things.
Right.
And there is something very nice to learn about about that in the Bible, because in the Ten Commandments it's written not to create images. But what's wrong about an image? Like, there's nothing wrong about an image. It's beautiful, it's nice. But when you realize images kill imagination, you see, when you tell a story to a kid, he's going to tend to imagine, what you say, what you talk to him. But if you give him images after images and you impose to him those images, he doesn't have to think, he doesn't have to imagine nothing, because we do the the thinking for you. We do the imagination for you. So actually that's what it is. It's like, images, TV, and pictures tend to kill that thing we have to imagine, and to and imagination is close to prophecy.
Now think about it. That's what they did to everybody. All of us at one point. They put an image of the globe from when we were babies.
Exactly.
And that's all and it gets into our subconscious. And then thank God we broke out of this ridiculousness, and we are now aware. The scales fell off our eyes. It took, so at least we know some things. You know what I'm saying? And I thought about that many times. That's, the little globe. Oh, here you go. Here's your globe. And we believe it because we don't know any better. Now, if you think about it, now that I think about it, wow.
See, now that you think about it, but when you don't think,
the elites knew what they were doing. The elites knew what they were doing. Yes, they did.
Of course, the thing is that when you think, you get free, but when you don't think, you get you get into that's how they put in jail. They put you in jail. Don't think. We'll do the thinking for you. Don't think.
Exactly.
No, listen. When the Rockefellers installed the education system, it was borrowed from somewhere in Europe. It wasn't new. It wasn't It wasn't new by any means. It wasn't original and creative. It was used as a form of mind control, how to enslave people, how to be workers,
Exactly,
and not to think they're going to be fed
exactly.
all the information. They got all the answers. Don't worry, and they don't
But
need to think because the answers are there. So it's
but
it's
but,
Did
but
you hear
that
what?
a dichotomy of
Did you hear
uh,
what
bullshit and
Rockefeller
fakeness.
said? He made the statement, "I want a nation of workers, not a nation
exactly,
of thinkers."
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
But
what
but
they got. All right.
but they didn't invent nothing. Those guys know the Bible better than us because they study that. In the Bible, when you study the Bible, I believe in the original language is the best. You see that the slave enslavement in Egypt was not like like we think. People over there were making money. They were paid for, and that's how they were enslaving people. And this is not really, taught. People don't think about it, don't talk about it. But when
Yes.
you read the original text, that's what it is. This is exactly what it is. It was true money. Pharaoh is the first one that invented money, but you won't find that on Wikipedia. This is, this is what we have to understand.
Here's the problem. I'm going to say, I'll sum it up. The best slaves are those that
Of
do
course,
not think they are slaves.
of course, and
They
I think
make
they're
the best.
free.
They're the best
Yeah,
ones.
They,
wearing
they, they,
wearing
Yes,
the
sir. What
brands.
can I do for
Yeah,
you?
just yeah, wearing the brands, right? Thinking like, but you're still slaves, right?
Right?
Mm,
But they cannot believe they're slaves. They believe they're free, and they're gonna fight to stay in jail. They're gonna
Yeah.
fight it.
They think they're free, but the whole time they
R-
don't realize that they're totally enslaved.
Remember, maybe you don't know this in Christianity, but in Judaism we know that 80% of the Jews of the people of Israel did not leave Egypt. They stayed in Egypt and they died in Egypt. Only 20% came out. One out of five. You understand? So imagine after all the miracles, after all the only a fifth left.
They wanted to
Why?
stay because they had the money, the leaks, the
That
onions, the food.
they
They
they were dead. They're already
everything
dead. They're
taken
already
care
dead.
of. They weren't out in the wilderness, etc. Right, right. I agree with you.
This is nuts. This is but it's an old story. It's an old war. It's not new. There's nothing new. This is why we have to understand these books. It's important to understand them because they teach us. You know.
All right, what are we doing? Okay, here we go.
Okay, go ahead. Shoot.
oh yeah. So this is the thing. We left it somewhere at some point here. We were checking the seams here
Yeah.
too.
Yes.
So yeah, this is the where we caught them red-handed. There were so many people, different people who were looking and found these seams too. And this is Angel of Light was the one who caught this one. But yeah, this one is going a bit fast here. Alrighty.
That's the sun changing form. See, and it becomes like a football.
Yes, yes. Then it goes back.
Oh yeah, this is the
Uh,
thing,
Not
guys,
normal.
right? And
That's
this is the
not
thing. The
normal.
best part about all this is like the blue sky with perfect, and he knew this, right? Mr. Will Duffy was saying, and he was so sure. He was saying if there is cloudy, he's gonna like null the experiment. So he was so confident, right? Even mistakenly, unknowingly said that he knew per people in Antarctica and they were helping him and all this stuff, right? So he was so confident even before going. He knew the outcome because
Sure.
who know where they were going, right? So who know
well,
that the production
Hollywood,
was already done. Yep.
of course. Look at the building. How it's bent. Everything is bent.
And everything being blue, the shadow being blue, right? And the excuses they were giving about the shadow being blue.
You can see there's a stitch.
Oh yeah, here we go.
See that cloud there? It's like
Yeah.
it cannot go through a certain line. There's a line there. It's all fake. It's all fucking fake.
Yeah, it's the seam line, bro. That's the seam line.
Oh, I can see it big time there. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, shout out to Winter Patriot, David, and then few guys also after they were doing this on a huge screen, and they could literally see it. Like we did like 2 or 3 podcasts on this one.
That's also it's all CGI. So that's why I'm saying, did they went there? Did they go there? I don't know.
But the shadows don't line up. I'm sorry, because
Oh yeah, this
the
is
light source would make the shadows would not be at different angles from a single light source. I'm sorry, they just would not. So there's alternate light sources there. Think about it. There's no way the shadow from Big Tune is going to be at that angle, and then from this table it's going to be at that angle. I'm sorry. They can say what they want.
Of course, they'll try.
because it's a studio light.
Exactly. And these lights exist.
And
They
also
obviously have them.
the shadows are bluish. They're not even dark. They're blue. They're bluish. Like it's all fake. It's all fake. It's all like wow.
Oh yeah, we compared it with some footages from people in Antarctica. It was normal shadow in like different
Yeah, the real shadow
expeditions
is
from people.
black. Yeah, the real shadow is black, not like bluish. But then you see that in the movie, you see that we show it good. So this is why at one point somebody brought up that information that they 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 on their own site they fucked up so many times about the position of the camp, position of the mount. How do you call it? That
Mount
place
Ross,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. So I just brought up everything that what people did already. All the research that has have been done. So it's like point after point after point. So trying to do it quickly, concentrate it in a short video, because if not, you can go for like hours, days, expanding on all this. Mount Rossman.
Oh yeah.
So that's about like it tells you, if I remember correctly, that 24 hours exactly later, the sun is not in the same position. Like it's like not 24 hours. If I do remember correctly, that's what it is about. But we got all the original videos. There's so many things, so many fucking things. So that the mountain is like changing behind him. Up, up. See
Oh
that?
yeah. It's glitching there too, right? Because yeah, it's because
Yeah.
layering. It's a problem from layering, right?
So this, I don't know if it's paused, but there is a glitch coming up at one point. Looks like it's paused. The video is paused, Vika. Oh, here it is. See. So that's the guy that explains about the
Oh yeah.
parallax shift. That everything bends in the footage. That means it's fake, because they just like they wrap it around. It's like it's
It's
everything
probably
bends.
easier to. It's probably a little easier to seam it to stitch it together if it's all
Exact.
twisted and bent. Less
That's what.
noticeable.
So this is how you do it. Oh, they do it like this.
Oh yeah. Also, this one we did a whole podcast on that. So how they
Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
after editing they can do and stitch images and create like a time lapse, right? We went in quite in detail. This is all in how the studios are doing and creating like a realistic scene, right? There are people doing crazy things even on their computer, man,
Yeah.
with layering and with images and with like same like Minecraft, but on a higher level. Anyway, guys, I also left a link in the chat for anybody who wants to join in and add in something to what we are saying, even if you agree or don't agree. So, alrighty.
So this is one of the stitch where the two movies are, the movies like being like
Let's see whom have we got. This is
stitched
a
together.
troll here. M Agent, who are you?
Yeah,
Again, that
don't call
guy.
me tall
Uh,
before. Shut the fuck
here,
up.
we go. Here we go. Here we go. See, it's another like
That
another
sounded like a troll.
another sodomite. Trying to come in.
Oh yeah, it's for people like to give their opinion and all this, and not trolling here.
Totally degenerate motherfuckers with a fake Israeli accent.
Oh yeah, this is straight up layering. Did we check that? Yeah, this one we have seen. Alrighty, we
Yeah,
have
we saw
somebody
all this.
again.
Yeah.
Yep, we have seen this one, right? Yep.
They're gonna
Yeah.
be careful because he's gonna change names and everything. He's got many names in the account speaker.
So
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, you're coming back to that. We saw that already.
oh yeah, just one moment. That is the thing. Some trolls trying to get in. So alrighty, I'm checking who's that. Yeah, this thing goes straight into the mountain too, right?
That's the shadow that stays.
Unbelievable.
And yeah, this is the thing. Is too. It's very small distances for the shadows to be like that. It's too small distance. Alrighty. You see, in three places. I think
And I don't know
this
who
is the
tried to
reason.
debunk that. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
they tried
I
to
think this
There's
is the
debunk.
only
reason.
like there's
Yeah, go
only
ahead, G.
like 10 or 12 feet in between those red arrows, maybe 15 feet. That's a big change of angles there. Because like who's standing there with the blue jacket? Was he 6 feet tall? Lay him down and add a couple of feet. So that's the distance between the arrows. See what I mean?
They must have been on the hurry to fake that shit. They didn't even take the time to think it over. I don't know.
Could have been budget. They
I
really
don't know.
careless though. Look at what NASA does. What are these guys gonna do?
Yeah, this is all terabyte of data of science. This is freaking worse than NASA, dude. What the hell was that? They didn't freaking give anything other than that bullshit 360, right? Fake as fuck, right? Done like in After Effects, and so bad After Effects. They could have like paid a little bit more, right? Because that's the real. That is where the real science is. Now you check the documentary; it's gonna be in 8K, right? Cinematic quality,
Yeah,
right?
in that
Polished
trailer, in the trailer they have pictures that and that are not in the TFE footage. They have like the ice looks real, the shadow looks real. This is those fucking people. But let's see how they're gonna fuck that up also, because they're just fucking everything up.
Oh yeah, people try to do this experiment too. I didn't do it, but some people are saying it happens and it doesn't happen because in the 24-hour sun footage, the supposed from other places in Antarctica, they're showing also the same thing.
Well, keep on going because the sun disappears behind the pole. That's the whole thing.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm speaking about, right? There are many people who try to do this also. Some people were saying it does, and some people are saying it doesn't do that.
Of course, they're gonna say everything. These people can deny their own fucking mother. They can.
On the left is an old footage from
It's a
so-called
full.
24-hour sun.
Yeah, yeah, and on the right, if you keep on going a half a second, the sun disappears on the right also.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Totally disappears. Up, see.
This is the chroma key effect.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, Justin Johnson was saying you can fool some people sometime, but you ain't gonna fool all the people all the
all
time.
the
Exactly,
time.
exactly.
Yes,
That's what, and there are some people are having hard time to even see this now, right? So that's the best part. In this one, Eric Dubay was mentioning, showing this one, the layering, or also one guy named Anthony Bear, I think from TikTok,
I,
who
I
was. Yeah, go ahead, Tron.
no, I met him. He's a good friend of Aloha's. I
Yeah,
know.
Keith's friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was doing some good work. He was there. He was trying to. Yeah, many people. There were so many people, right? If we go to give a shout out, there were so many people
Hey,
doing
Tron.
that.
Tron, do you know that Aloha was in the mechanical realm, right?
Yeah, I know Aloha. Yeah, personally. Yes, I do.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we've met. Yeah. I
Did you
go to
meet
his
him?
live. I'm sorry.
You did? Did you meet him? Really?
Yes, I did. Yes, I met him in person. He's a mod for me on one of my lives, and I also go to his. He's doing his own lives now. No, I like him. I know him, and he's a good member of the flat earther community as far as I'm
Oh
concerned.
yeah, yeah, man. We're lucky to have Keith on our side, right?
Absolutely.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's good. It's good.
And I
Yeah,
have met him.
I met him in Tennessee. He's a great dude.
Yeah. Well, I live in Florida, so I live on the other side of Florida, but we had a meetup last year, and I went and met him, and I met
That's
Bear
right.
and Bear and a lot of these people. Yeah, we sure did.
Nice. That's cool. Dean Ogle did a interview for the paper, not any video, but he did an interview with USA Today, and he was really upset that they only turned it into a big hit piece for conspiracy theories who
Well,
think
that's what
the
they
Earth
do.
is
That's
flat.
what they do, man.
Yeah, he had hope though. So they
What else
kind of
can
I
they
think
do?
they twisted it on him.
Yes,
They
I
cannot.
know.
They let him down a hallway and then left him there, and the hallway went to nowhere. They interviewed him, and they were like, "Yeah, nah, we'll be fair, we'll be honest," and then they did their thing.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was disappointing. It's just to slander and make fun of us and make us look, like this
I
fringe
agree.
society of crazy people.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that is the reason I was mentioning before, right? That this clown show is going on from a very long time. There's always some funny shit added related to flat Earth, and if you really look back in the time, we will see that the drama of this have always been going on in a way, like attaching flat Earth to funny, crazy shit, right?
Yep, I agree.
Some way or somehow, right? Or talking absurd bullshit to make flat Earth look bad,
Yeah,
But
right?
I tell you something. We can learn from these people because they are usually accusing us of their own defect. That means everything they say about us, it's what it is true about them. Every single thing, and that's how they do it. They're trying to give us, their own face, and everything they say about us, you have to learn because this is exactly what they are, what's real about them. That's funny. You're gonna see everything that they say. It's about them, and they're trying to accuse us of their own, their own degenerate, defects.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's projection.
Exactly. This is how they do it. Even in the Torah, the snake also. Oh, okay, well, no, I'm not gonna start with that. But anyways, it's like we know how they do it. This is the offspring of the snake, in the Bible. Not everybody comes from Adam, Everybody believes that, we all come from Adam and Eve, but that's a big fucking mistake. We don't
Yeah,
all
well, you
come
know
from
what?
Adam and
Religion
Eve.
is there for division, bro. That's all it does, is divide people.
Among other things.
Oh
Among
yeah.
a lot of.
Also, the other thing is like they speak bullshit to make people think that the flat Earth communities are crazy, right? This is the thing, right? Few example I would have seen like with this guy who was like doing that rocket shit, Mad Mike,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Connecting to that kind of thing, all right? And then we have the behind the curve. Then we have all these people, all these known flat earthers speaking about drinking their piss, right? For
yeah,
example, yeah. So there were many. These are the few I remember. For sure, there are many more, but it's always like nothing to do with fucking flat earth reality. It's always just the drama with doing crazy shit, right?
yep,
Conning
yep,
people, all right? And this is the been always. It's never the real research of already what we know. We don't need to freaking prove flat earth anymore. The earth is flat, we know it. What are we doing in a long term that it helps the community? As I said, we are debating people, wasting time, speaking this, that. It's freaking enough, right? This is the
I
thing.
agree.
The community is not progressing for this reason because of the clown shows and the way the gatekeeping of information, right, and manipulation, and focusing in wrong place. The community is not going anywhere. As I said, where does the next generation have from us as flat earthers to continue the research or to continue the clown show, right? Progress in real experimentations, observations, real science, real education. This is what should come out of it. Real universities, right? This is what should be coming out. A freaking clown show. Everything we need and more than we need about flat earth or this realm or this intelligent design is here already. In order to discover more, we have to build what we have and stop with these clown shows because this is gonna continue. That is the reason. Still, I'm saying don't freaking trust me, but don't trust fucking anybody because this is the thing. These people, we don't know who the fuck is being groomed for the next psyop, right? Because we've been looking behind and seeing this shit show is not taking the community anywhere.
Yep,
real observations, real science, right? This is what they're doing, right? Because our community is too busy freaking grifting and freaking not the people who have the possibility to make the changes and doing shit and doing a clown show. So these kind of observation and fake science is gonna be shoved in our face. That's the truth. Because we aren't doing real science. We are shouting, we are saying the earth is flat, but we are fucking focusing on bullshit. Fucking we can prove every day with science that the earth is flat.
Yes.
Everybody. I can
Many
fucking
times
go to
over.
the north of fucking Spain and do the long observation and see freaking France Alps from there. Fucking 400 miles, right? And from somebody from there to the next one to Eastern Europe with other mountain range can see them, right? There are like these many proven sciences that the people can do, real science.
That's the whole thing. Is that the flat Earth community is in the verge of becoming the true scientific community. We are the true scientific community. These people are the fake ones.
Yep.
They're fake. All their science is fake. It's all fake science. It's all like like thinking of how can we sell that shit, to the masses. And this is what happens. We are the emerging, new scientific community. Whatever, even
Well,
though
Oh yeah, brother, and this is the thing, no? That's why fucking I freak out when fucking people are saying that we don't have a fucking model. Why? Because these gatekeepers have done their job to let the people not know, right?
break
That
it
we
up.
don't have a model, right? If the people understand we have more than a freaking model in every aspect, right?
well, the thing is that we have to ask them, what is for you a model? Give us an
Yeah,
example
but
of a
no, we
model.
don't need, brother, we don't need to ask them what we need. The
Yeah,
problem is our own community freaking don't have so much of freaking two fingers in their head that they don't understand. There are people, I'm not saying everybody, but there are people who still are crying that we don't have a model. It's not our
but
problem if you've not done your research or your investigation deep enough. We have everything more than we need. That is the
but
science we need to go. We need to get together to get that model done, right? We have the
exactly.
Antikythera mechanism. We can add more things to it, a closed container, right? We can put everything, the real science of pressure gradient, everything can be done. We just have to
Of
get
course.
together and do it, right? But as I said, the people are busy in entertainment.
Well, the thing is that, check it out. When you think about it, the flat Earth community, is still young. How many years, did it start really? Like 10 years ago, 12 years ago? So imagine everything that has been done so far with everything that's been against us. So far, I say, it's not so bad with all the problems that we have. It's a normal community, like forming up, shaping up somehow. So of course, it's not perfect. We have still a lot of there's flaws everywhere, but it's when you think about it, it's not negative. It's positive. We're progressing, and there are more and more people, joining. So it's not so bad. So it's not all these problems are normal. We're gonna get through all this. We're gonna get organized, and that's all. My agenda is always this. I always push. We have to get organized. We have to consolidate. We have to become like a body. This is me. But that's the only way to do it. At one point, we're gonna have
Yeah,
to do
but
that.
you can watch 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, but it's freaking continue. All right. This is the best part, right? It continuing and the people don't see it. Right. This is the thing. So what I was mentioning just was two or three things that the communicator can do that leave something for the next generation, right?
Hmm.
Real observations, the people who did their part, the real flat earther or the zetetic flat earthers, that they did the experiment and then it was infiltrated with this flat earth society shit. And now we have our own version of this flat earth movement happening with all these clowns and gatekeepers infiltrated to make sure that the progress doesn't happen. So the people have to do something. The first the people have to do something is freaking open their fucking eyes. This is what the people have to do.
But
Yeah, stop.
every community has at one point has to be organized because of course they have to do this, they have to do this. Everybody, everybody does it as an individual, level. Like we all individuals, you know, getting together. That's all we are. This is the community. So we're not really a community. We're a bunch of individuals, sitting together and exchanging ideas and agreeing on things. That's all we are. So we're like forming. The community is still forming. It's still shaping up. It's not yet, formed. You understand?
Hey guys, who is this George that's coming up in here? He's getting kind of vulgar down here. You see this
Yeah,
crap?
it's the same guy. The same guy that came in. Like
Oh,
it's
okay.
it's
I'm
the
getting
same
all,
guy
I
that
don't see it.
he changes like name and he just insults. He goes like crazy.
we're all
Like
trash guys. Just needs to get smacked. Get out of here. I would ban
Yeah, you
fire.
know what?
Booted.
If there's
Yeah,
somebody new and
it
they're
was
being
there
a
in the studio.
knucklehead,
it's just they insult you, sexual insult and everything. They're like
Oh, I know everything.
yeah, as
degenerate,
soon as
the
they go
sexual
below the belt,
distorted,
get rid of them.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
As soon
just
as they
like
go below the belt, get rid of them, guys. No problem,
that's
right?
it.
Not what we're here to do.
What else can they do?
That's all
Not a
they got.
fucking
Oh yeah, let the truth be speak for you. This is the thing, right? There's a lot of science that could be done properly to prove real flat Earth, right? This is the thing. That is why we have technology now with us to destroy this globe, right? We
Yes.
have, oh yeah, many things can be done, but this is the thing. It needs organization. But this is the thing. The people, as I said, Sam, the people are too busy in entertainment, and
that's okay. Hey, check it out. It's just like when you go to the doctor. If you go to the doctor with a disease, he won't just give you like a magic pill. It's gonna take like you need a treatment. It takes time. It takes time. It takes a little time. We're on the right path. I'm not too worried. I know
They
it takes
try
oh
time.
this,
yeah,
they
but
get
if you have
tried
the
out.
virus, if you have the virus within, for sure it's gonna take time. But the first thing is to diagnose it, right?
Of
Before,
course.
how can you cure it if you freaking don't know what it is?
Exactly. And you know
How you
what?
freaking gonna cure it?
It's also valid for the other guys. We also have to understand what motivates them because we say, okay, they're lying or they do it for the money. That's okay. That's cheap. You can believe this. That's enough for you. But the thing is that those guys are motivated. There is a war. We're part of we're into a big war. It's not something simple. It's something deep. So we have to understand all these angles, like to know what we are dealing with. We're not just dealing with people that just believe that the earth is a globe or that just don't want to believe that the earth is flat. It goes way beyond that. So to know
Yeah,
what disease we're talking about, we have to analyze this very
that's
deeply.
I
that's
It,
agree.
true, Sam. They're trying to take us away from the creator,
Yep.
and they
exactly.
want us to think we're descendants from pond slime billions of years ago because of this accidental random occurrence that might have happened in other places or might not. So it's funny because they do have they want you to think they got all the answers, but they leave out the questions very carefully too. Like, oh, then maybe there's life out there. And they got the Drake equation where that scientist Drake came up with this on the low end, on the very low end, very conservative estimate that there's billions of planets with life on it out there because
Yeah,
there's
of
so
course.
many stars. I remember being like, wow, I knew it. There has to be more life.
Of course, if you believe that there are like hundreds of thousands of planets out there, or billions of planets, so it's
Right.
logical that must be some life. What's
Yeah.
not logical is that you believe that shit, that you never
Yeah,
check that actually there is
I
there
agree.
is no billions of planets. This is how they fuck you. This is how they fool you. If you believe that, you can believe that you're a woman. People believe that they're women also. It's possible. It's okay. Or they're animals. People like believe that they're dogs. They behave like dogs. I don't know. It's like madness. It's like normalizing madness. It's like forget about it. We know that war.
Well, bro, think of a society like that. Think of how easy they are to control.
Of course, totally, because they're
Just
totally
push them
fucked
in
up.
any direction. They'll do whatever they're told, bro.
Exactly, exactly. That's not new. That's old. We know that. It's not the
Yeah, look
first
how
time.
it's getting worse and worse. We think. So if we think it's getting worse and worse, and 70 years ago, the people in the 50s thought it was worse and worse. What's going to happen in 50 years or 70 years from now?
Well, what's going to happen is the end of them. It's going to happen. That's the end. They're at the end. They're like falling. It's the last stage of that war now. The last battle. That's why they're investing so much. That's why they're so powerful in everything, because it's it's their last shot before to collapse. And this is what's happening. They are collapsing. They're like falling, and they know it. So they don't know how to to do it. They just try anything, but nothing works. That's it. So that's the camera. You see, there is like, you see the light on the camera. This is a banjo that mentioned that.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not supposed to be light
the
on the
reflection is
camera.
not in the right place, right?
Exactly. Now this I don't know. Oh yeah, the sun goes above the mountain.
Yeah, it's in front of the mountain instead of behind
Yeah,
it.
yeah, in front of
That's
exactly.
not normal. That's complete fake right there.
You gotta be a fucking idiot not to believe it's fake.
Fake.
All this, also the footage. So that's why I'm saying, were they in Antarctica? I don't believe they were in the studio, faking Antarctica. That's for sure.
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
in Hollywood or something.
this part could be the stitching of the 360.
Yeah,
This
some
part
shit.
could be, yeah, but
It could be
the
anything but
line.
reality.
Oh yeah, right. But this line they were saying that no, that is from the 360. No, because it was taking the left turn. The seam was not going straight up. If
Ah,
this
man.
cutting line of 360, what is happening here, if they're saying is the truth that the 360 is teaching, that stitch should go all the way to the other side, not take a left turn.
And you see the shadows are all like blue and transparent. Also, you can see still the patterns of the snow on the in the shadow, which is not possible when it's a real shadow. It's all dark. It's all black. Oh man.
Yeah, something's going on there, big time.
Okay, that's the last thing. So there's a guy said that there's a splice there. Something looks like a splice. And in the second video, you're gonna see that it's true. It's the end of the stage. It's a stage. And this is the guy that says that the sun sets actually.
Oh yeah, that is a 24-hour daylight. All right.
Yeah, but the sun sets, but there is daylight most of the
Yeah,
time.
I remember this one. Yeah, he was saying
I
that
don't
is
even know who
so
it is.
bright. Yeah, that even though the sun sets, but it's still light.
Yeah. You see. Oh
Do you know this
man.
one
So
about this Tron? Have you seen that one?
I don't know if
No.
I've seen this one. Let me see.
Yeah, but this one doesn't have audio. But this is the thing: the sun sets, and you have 24-hour daylight, but the sun is
even
not
though the
there for
sun sets.
24 hours.
So the second video is even better. You're gonna see it's much.
All the other I saw, but that one I'm not sure about that. I may have saw that, but I don't know. Everything else so far I've been aware of.
Well, there's a few things on that second part that I saw, so it's not nowhere. It's just on that video. And so here it is. So here's the first one. That's nice. See, the camera doesn't show on the shadow. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
That whole boot thing is masonry stuff, man.
Also, yeah, that boot, I don't know what the fuck that boot is doing there. It's not, put two boots, but not one boot. I don't know why you're putting one boot.
It's a masonry ritual. Okay, I'm telling you.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but that's it. Yeah, that's why I don't.
We looked into it, and it's got something to do with some sort of masonry stuff. I don't have the exacts, but we really looked into it, and we had some guy explaining it to us. It has to do with Mason stuff. That's all I can say. I don't know.
the tripod can be like some kind of a, like the pyramid shape, like, maybe it's possible
But
some
the
kind of
idea of taking one boot or something, I mean, it's
okay.
been, this was months ago, but we talked about it. It's got
Yeah, I
something,
saw that,
Right.
it's got
but
something to do with that. I think I don't
but
have
there
any
is
need to talk about.
but there is something weird. Anyways, it doesn't belong there. That boot don't belong there under that
Yeah,
tripod. There,
really.
there's some shit, some weird shit. That's for sure.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. The camera's there, but it's not on top of the. It's not in the shadow on top of the tripod, right? Oh, dumb. Oh, but that is really pathetic. That's clearly been
Yeah.
photoshopped in there, huh?
I don't know. Even if I wanted to do it on purpose, I couldn't have succeeded. I don't know how they did that shit. I don't know. How can you fuck up that much? I don't know. These people are fucked up, man. Oh shit.
Tripod with no camera.
Uh, Now you see on the right side, you're gonna see that I don't know if you can see it here, but you see the pictures like coming together, like the snows coming together. Just same thing down here, same style. Like the image is like getting together like this, like
Oh yeah, like
behind them. You're
stitched.
gonna see behind him on the where the table is. You're gonna see that the whole picture, the whole frame is like the whole image is. Oh, you see, like
Oh yeah.
now you have two sons here, and that's the fucking traitors. The the fucking traitor. They're already fucked up in a trailer. Imagine what's gonna happen. They're like two sons. You see the second son over there?
Oh yeah, we see some two bright things, but the up one is supposed to be sun or the down one.
I don't know. And you see the shadows now and the snow. Nothing to do with the footage. That looks like real ice. That looks like a real shadow, like black, not bluish.
But this is where from the documentary clip
Yeah, that's a documentary trailer.
trailer.
Yeah, they're already fucked up in a trailer, man. They can't even get the fucking trailer straight.
So yeah, you
Oh,
see, this is how they're debunk themselves. So you see the black shadow.
oh man, yeah. So
Me
that's
too.
Maktoon saying that he's doing science. He just came here to do science. That's what he's saying in the trailer. And then we're gonna see how what kind of a science does he do. Up,
Doing the science.
here's the sun. Here comes the sun. The sun between the camera and Maktoon. That's a magic place. Antarctica is magic. Only in Antarctica can you see that shit, huh?
Oh yeah, this is the thing. Mctoon was like the favorite baby of the game, right? Because if the boss is supposed to be Mr. Will Duffy, right? So Mctoon was his main
Yeah,
key player, right?
yeah.
Who understand the model, right? And he know how to tackle with his fake maths and fake diagrams. So he had given him the opportunity, right,
Mm.
to do some science.
And
Will Duffy was.
he wears weird outfits. Look into this guy. This guy was a furry. He was a furry. If you know what that is, it's weird. Just check him out. Furry.
Duffy is the king, and Maktoon is the Joker.
He is the Joker, buddy. He's worse than you think, man. If you knew the stuff that I knew about him, it ain't good, man.
Oh, the little bit I know about it, just it's enough for me just not to go further
Oh
deeper.
yeah.
It stinks too
So
much. I
yeah,
don't
this is
have
the
the
thing, right?
proper equipment.
The amount of fakery that Mactoons know to twist things from flat Earth to the globe, right? His experience. I don't think again he crowdfunded or anything. He was also paid to come there. He would have had all paid with premium place for him, right? Other than rest of the gang for sure, because Duffy has zero idea about flat Earth or globe Earth. Right? He's there to do the con job, and
Sure.
he needs people. And McToon was the perfect fit.
Well, Mechtoon doesn't know that much. I'm telling you, because they got it all. They get in these groups and they share information. I've heard him many times speak. He's not that knowledgeable. I'm telling you, he really isn't.
Of
Um,
course not.
Yeah, but the fakery he have, the
oh,
fakery
he's
he
got
know how
the
to
fakery, of
twist it. That
course.
is the reason he got the seat.
Oh, well, of course. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. To me, he's a low level lightweight, low level lightweight on flat Earth. But you're right. He's into the deceiving. I totally agree with you.
Oh yeah, he has proved himself for being that person where Will Duffy would be willingly to pay him that premium offer, right? Hey, what's up, Iron? How you doing?
Family, what's good? What's good? Thank you for having me in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, panel. It's good to see y'all. Welcome, welcome. I'm reducing my fire today. I'm putting it out. but but shout out to the chat. What's happening, y'all? Good to see everybody. Thanks for
So,
having me, man. Oh, what's good, man? What's good? Yeah,
Awesome.
I was li- I was listening intently, and yeah, there are a couple of things that yeah, I totally agree with but man, this final experiment craziness with all the BS involved, it's this thing's gonna be we're gonna be pulling these strings apart for a while.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be an ongoing saga, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, man. So I don't know what Will Duffy and all them is up to. I know you guys were talking about Freemasonry and stuff. You know, I just came from. I'm not trying to steer, but rather kind of put something in everybody's head. I just came from the cemetery. I just came from visiting, old family. Well, obviously they're dead, but I went to go see them over at the cemetery. And I was looking at and the cemetery I went to is an old, like really old cemetery in New York. Gene, I don't know if
Which
you're
one?
familiar with Cypress Hills.
I heard of it. Yeah, yeah, I just heard of it. I never been there.
Yeah. So a whole bunch of famous people is buried here, right? Jackie Robinson and them, like a whole bunch of just like the stars that we remember from yesteryear, that
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
on Bugs Bunny and stuff like that. All of these guys are buried here. It's a pretty well famous new cemetery in Brooklyn, right? And I went to some of the older parts of the cemetery. Now you guys are talking about Freemasonry. Let me tell you, the headstones over
Yeah.
here full of Freemasonry. I mean, full of it. Like, my God, I might have a show tonight later on to show some of what the gravestones look like because of the amount of years attached to these gravestones. These things were from like 1815, 1820s, 1880s, and stuff like that. I didn't see anything from the 1700s or the 1600s, but old gravestones with these hand signals, old gravestones with the carpenter square and compass. You know what I'm saying? The amount of Freemasonry that was out and abound is through the roof. So it makes me wonder when I look at something like the final experiment. I know you guys were talking about the boot not too long ago. I'm just wondering, like, aside from the boot that a lot of y'all picked out, and aside from other things like, Duffy saying that he's a traveling man, what are the other signals that these guys are dropping out there? You know what I'm saying? That maybe we're not picking up, maybe we're not seeing.
that
Basically,
boot,
like little bat signals. You know what I'm saying? What
that
else are
Right.
they
boot,
putting out there?
the boot. I'm telling you, that whole boot scene underneath the table in this TFE. We looked into that. That's got some kind of Freemasonry symbolism, and I wasn't ready to talk about it, but I know that it has something to do with that. Somebody dug it out and was telling us about it on TikTok. It has something to do with it. some sort of ritual or something like that. I can't explain it completely, but I'm pretty sure that somebody brought that out.
Trust,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
maybe
odd.
Remember?
during the
That's
week you'll be able to dig it up and check it out and come back next week. Let us
I'm
know.
gonna
You know
do
what I
it
mean?
now. I'm gonna figure out because I know
Yeah.
somebody was talking about all that, and I'm gonna figure out where it came from, and
Yeah, that'd
I'll
be
bring it
cool.
up again
That'd be cool, man.
Yeah.
because I know we
And
talked
that's,
about
yeah,
it,
and
but
even
it's
the even
weeks
the
ago.
even the lie that we were given, they were like, "Oh, we needed to cool the batteries down, so we put them in a left boot or some nonsense like that, and we left it outside." I'm like, "You need what? Did anybody hear that excuse as to why the boot was outside in the first place? Something about
It was
batteries being
yeah, it was stupid, but I'll tell you, I'm gonna look it up right now if I can find it.
yeah,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
asked
something
about
about
that,
keeping something
and it was
isolated
some
off the
generic
snow or something.
excuse. It's some stupid
yeah,
excuse that didn't make any sense.
no, no." So they needed to leave the boot. Where they came up with some nonsense just to justify why the boot was out there in the first place. And they
Yeah,
filmed the boot. My thing was they filmed it. Like what's
yeah,
the
right. It was
what's
just the
the purpose
boot,
of filming that boot if you're
like
trying to
the
keep some batteries on ice, right? The same
the boot
batteries
is
that
gonna be in
you're
the
using.
credits.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, left boot by damn champion or something by Nike or some nonsense like that. So my thing is, if you're using this boot to cool down your batteries for your camera that obviously you need batteries for, why are you filming it with another camera? That makes no sense. What are you doing?
Yeah. Hey Vlad, I did my dialogue in front of Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn for the
Really?
Mechanical Realm. Yep,
Oh,
yep.
you know what? I didn't even notice. I got to take a look again.
Yeah,
I
take a
didn't
look.
even notice that.
That's a gorgeous Tartarian building, bro. The stone antennas that they got up there, bro, they're gorgeous.
Yeah,
And same thing. There's a lot of famous people buried there.
right.
Like Abner
Man,
Doubleday,
right.
the guy who wrote The Wizard of Oz, a whole bunch of people, man.
Wow,
Actors, like a
wow.
list of them. That's
Man,
the first place I ever drove a car was in Greenwood Cemetery. It almost killed me and my sister. A great place to
man.
die, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. You're at the one-stop shop right there at that point. But
Yeah,
I'll tell
it's
you what,
all
man.
it's beautiful terrain. It's hilly and windy roads, and I'm flying in this little Fiat in 1983. Ah! I hit
Oh
a
my
turn,
God.
and the turn didn't hit me, man. We were like, woo!
Woo.
Well, it was fun. We switched spots after that. She's like, "All right, I'll take over now." Yeah, you drive.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, these cemeteries are full of a lot of those Freemason clues.
I betcha.
It's ridiculous, and I'm caught between two places, man, because I'm looking at a lot of these headstones, and I don't. Maybe I'm superstitious, or maybe I'm not stitious enough. I don't know, but looking at these headstones, I feel a certain way. Like I don't want to take any pictures without having the permit. You know what I'm saying? I feel that's a little bit disrespectful. So I'm gonna.
Nah.
I might video today, right? I might drop a video after you guys are done later on after I wind up home, and I'm gonna show what I got. But I'm gonna make sure I scratch the names out because I don't know. It's a little bit. It feels funky, man. Taking pictures of people's headstones without without any approval. I don't know. I mean, nobody seemed to mind while I was there, and it was the old part of the cemetery.
Whose
And,
approval we're gonna get?
well, I know it. I know you're right, but it was crazy. Plus, it was the Jewish side of the cemetery. It was the old because New York, New York, earlier New York, you had a lot of Jews out there and stuff, right? It was the old Jewish side of the cemetery. So they have a big swath of land that they own, right? They have big tombs and obelisks. You have a lot of obelisks, like
Yeah,
obelisks. You know what I'm saying? Like the Washington
It's,
Monument out there.
yeah,
yes, it's Egyptian. Everything is from Egypt. All that shit. It's Egyptian style shit.
phallic symbol.
Yeah.
Right, right, exactly. A lot of them, and then you had there's going to be a lot of things out there that there'll probably be things that people in the audience might understand or recognize, and they could further speak on. But then you saw these on these some of these grave sites, you had hand symbols, there were specific hand symbols. On more than one occasion, you had these on these people's graves. And I was going to run it by you guys after I scratched the names out, just so you guys could get a better understanding that this place was a whole lot different. Understanding it and what people knew was a lot different than what it is we know today.
Oh
Absolutely,
yeah.
just
Oh yeah. Absolutely, brother. Ironwork, bro. Yeah, you're having a lot of hot micing,
background.
bro.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me quiet up.
Okay. Cool, yo. Before I introduce my, there's a next panelist here we've got today. Uh, the World Flat Earth Association group that I made. It's almost 6 or 7 years, right? It started from 0 members, and I said we are almost reaching 70,000 members. It's a very long effort. I had my own idea to make this group for some reason. I hope in future maybe we will have what it's for, right? It's called World Flat Earth Association, and I had many amazing people who had supported that group when it was a baby, right? And one of those person is my brother here. He's known as Angle of Elevation. My brother Chris Hillman. Chris, how are you, brother? How are you doing? Long time no see. Where have you been? Chris, you're muted.
Hey, hi. How you doing, Vikka? Can you
Awesome,
hear
brother.
me?
Awesome. Good to hear you, bro.
How do I sound? I'm not pro
Perfect.
with the mic. So
You sound good, bro. You
all
sound
right,
like you're in the
great.
studio.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in and talk about TFE for a minute and share my opinion about what's going on with that and you know.
Go ahead, brother. Uh,
So to me, it like first of all, I don't trust Will Duffy at all. He is such oh I get such an icky feeling whenever that guy talks, and because he's a known like he talked about how it's fine to lie. He gave a sermon at church about that, and then when he the guy who the Christian guy, I forget his name, that started the TFE discussion. Will Duffy pretended that he was a flat earther with him, and he was all the time. He was with McToon, and so he lied. Do you know what I'm talking about?
oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean to do that, it's such a dishonest person would do that to present himself like that. Like, and then to be friends with McToon, who I think is also a disgusting person as well. Um, the whole thing is just, I mean, I don't trust anything he says. And when he talks, and I've seen him tons of times in chat, he just seems so dishonest in everything he says and does, and how he presents himself. But regardless of that fact, you know, um, like for example, when people talk about certain vague things, I don't think it's a good thing to present, to go with that as your like first issue, you know. Like for example, like when people talk about, I saw earlier you were showing that Stitch in the sky. Well, I know that in these 360-degree cameras, the CGI is done, the processing is done in the camera. It's not like somebody doing it, physically manipulating the images. It's the camera itself that's stitching the images together. And so it's gonna, it's it's just a result of the digital processing the camera itself is doing. So, and some of the other issues, I don't know. I think the strongest issue is where the sun changes shape into a football. And to me, that's evidence that it's not the actual sun that you're looking at. It's some kind of projection, or it's some kind of like when they talk about the coffee cup effect. I think that is evidence of that. That there's something going on that I think if we went to Antarctica more, if people did this every year, we would get a better idea about whether this really is faked, or whether it was manipulated somehow, or whether it is a result of some kind of something optical that's happening with the sun in that part of the world, like that it's being reflected, and something that so and
Chris, the squishing. You think it's normal because you are into photography and you understand about the lights and how it could work. So you think it's possible to squish like that?
well, I've never seen the sun. I've never seen anyone be able to do that, like the sun ever do that. So when I see that happening, I think that's a real effect, that they're really seeing that, but there's some explanation that we're not um, understanding, that it's somehow a flipping of the sun, or it's an image, or it's a projection, or it's some kind of reflection, or it's like a focal point. It's something optical that's happening, that I think we need more. If someone was to go down to Antarctica, like every year, and do it for 10 years, and look at every
You know,
single image, then I think we could decide what it was. But
you want to know something? I don't know who you are, but nice to meet you. I'm Vladimir. How
nice
you
to meet
doing,
you.
man?
Hi.
Hey, I excuse the noise, but you want to know something? I don't know if you guys are familiar with Feed Your Mind TV. Feed Your Mind. He's a flat earther,
I know him.
and
Yeah, I
he's
watch his videos. He's a good guy.
right. And he actually speaks basically what you said, and he brings some sort of evidence alongside it. It's apparently other folks have videoed this phenomena going on with the quote unquote 24-hour sun. Apparently, they have.
Oh,
I'm not too familiar with it. But this isn't the first time I've heard what it is that you're saying. So this is why like I'll be honest with you, man. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I really don't, and I can't speak on what it is I'm looking at. To be honest with you, this is why I think it's important for folks to go down there. But I don't know. But I'm definitely willing to listen to other avenues as to how this thing could have
Oh
happened
yeah,
or what it
brother.
is.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. But we are not gonna be taking like 3D manipulated visuals for scientific fact. Because if you're trying to do some kind of science, you have to do with the real cameras and with infrared, and you have to show real data with temperature cameras and many other things, right? You cannot just
I
freaking
agree.
show us a 360 camera of a virtual reality background with layerings and freaking anomalies and
Mhm.
shadows going in every direction, right? It
the,
doesn't
the
I
matter
thing
if
agree.
you're
is
trying,
I
trying
agree.
to say science, right?
the
Oh, go
thing is
ahead.
that we can think that way. That means if we only had that picture of the sun being like squashed like this, so I understand we can ask ourselves, is it like a natural phenomenon? But in that particular situation where we're talking about a footage that's been faked so many times, like with like tens and tens of examples of fakery, so we cannot believe that this was like some kind of natural phenomenon because everything is fake in that footage. You
If these
understand?
guys were really explorers who wanted to change the freaking world, they would have gone with real gadgets and got real data and maybe claimed the Nobel Prize for proving the globe. If there is something like globe, if it exists, or if this phenomena is real. No, this was all a clown show, entertainment, and money grab and fame grab, right? This is what it was, right? So it was like getting on a panel or in a movie, right? Who's gonna be in the movie? That's what it was. This is not real science.
You're right. You're right. I agree. Based off of what you said, I agree. But you also have to remember, guys, that these guys basically also painted themselves into a corner. Because if we're looking at the sun, right, and the sun is supposed to be a solid object, quote unquote, a gas giant, whatever, right? Um, then why would it change shape if it's you understand what I'm saying? If it's supposed to be something that we could go out to, that's supposed to be circular
Yes.
Yeah.
and all that other stuff, why is it changing shape? And clearly it's changing shape. So then is it a body like they claim that it is? Is it
Well,
that
but
big ball of gas that they claim it is? If so, why is it changing shape?
Yeah. Are
well,
they claiming
It
a
can't be.
100 million mile sun change shape
Yeah.
just in the south?
n-
Like
Yeah,
what?
really.
n-
Exactly.
but the sun does change shape in the Las Vegas sphere there. You can see the sun
Where it's
is
fake.
the same. It's fake.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's
it's some
it's
kind of
something that's
optical
proper to
effect.
studios and to so it's gonna be hard to validate that one. I don't think so.
Yeah, the best argument that I've heard for dismissing the TFE is that they never proved that the plane that they went down there on ever changed from level. It traveled from the equator to South
Exactly.
America to Antarctica and it went along a level plane. And they never showed that it actually curved to the bottom of the earth, to the bottom of a ball.
Exactly.
You
Good
know,
point. I
I
like that.
mean,
Good point.
uh, in this way, the reason I like that argument so much is because it avoids the whole controversy about what is faked and what is not faked. Is that they never even proved the premise that they even started to begin with, and if you stick on
Exactly.
that, you avoid all the controversy and in the doubt. You just,
Yes.
just just stick with that and keep it simple. I mean, that's the simplest explanation that they never even proved that they went to the bottom of the earth. So
Right. And it's that's the easiest thing. They could have done a zillion different, and that's one of the things that bothered a lot of people are the experiments that they were supposed to have done, or that many of us figured we would have done if we were in the same predicament, right? That's an easy one
yeah,
because this is
and
requiring you to get from point A to point B, plus you're crossing the equator. So you have to take into account a million other things going on, and then this way you should be able to easily prove that the Earth is a globe or a ball based off of you just crossing the equator, right? And
yeah,
there's no bones about it. You could have done that. You could have done the distance test, all of which these guys failed to do. And all they wanted to do was claim this 24-hour sun, which even that they didn't do. They didn't even give us the video at the end of the whole thing. Nobody got a video of this thing
and
being up there for
and
24 hours.
and the flat earthers that they took, none of them were scientists. They Jaron, Witsit, they're just they talk, they understand the arguments, but they're not you know nitty gritty, doing the measurements. They're not even professional photographers. Any one of them, they would barely even know how to use a camera. I don't even think they even showed a compass that showed that they were anywhere near the South Pole. Like that would have been
Yeah, at the end,
something they could have done. Some kind of
yeah, it
compass
seemed like
readings. But
right. It seemed like a difficulty that Jaron had with his P900. He didn't even know how to use it at the end.
yeah, yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
there's people in flat Earth that do photography all the time. They've done it for like 10 years. Jaron, I bet you he's probably used the camera once in the whole 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a photograph from with it. And the girl, I mean, she's just I I don't know much about her, but I don't think she's done any kind of experiments or any kind of she has any backing with that. So I mean, these are the three
Right.
weakest people they could have chosen to bring
Yeah,
down there, and they brought them. They paid for them to. I
Right.
mean,
yeah. And David
Right.
Weiss said it was the
And
two best men we have, the two
and,
best men that we got.
and Jaron turned out to be a shill. That
What
he
the fucking
you know I mean, he was the worst person they could have brought because I, I- I've known that Jaron was a shill for a long time. Ever since he did that first experiment with the. He tried to recreate the Bedford water level experiment, you know.
Yeah,
where they
yeah,
looked
this is
over,
so
you know, and he made the same mistake that Globers used as an excuse, was that he didn't understand that, you know, a lot of flat earthers, when they first get into flat earth, they think that when you look off into the distance, that it on a flat earth, that it should be flat all the way, you know, but it's not. Everything angles up. It converges into the horizon. It's optically angled up into the horizon. So, you know, and a lot of flat earthers don't want to admit that. They think, oh, it's, you know, it's level all the way across, and it's just, you know, that's why we should see forever. You know, that's what they think. But it actually, you know, depth rises optically and it converges into the horizon. So that's a basic mistake. When you make that mistake, it means you really don't understand flat earth. You don't understand that, you know, a basic principle
And
that you
You know,
isn't
should.
still
these guys
isn't
had
Chris, one moment, guys, one moment, Chris. So isn't it an optical phenomena, but it's still flat, right?
Well, it's flat. It's when in 2D or orthographic view, it's flat. But we see in 3D. So there's 3 dimensions in 3D. There's height, there's width, and there's depth. Depth is the third dimension. It's depth that converges optically up into the horizon. That's how we see it optically in 3D. But in 2D, it's flat. See, when you look
and
at,
you know
well, you know, somebody
and you
mentioned
know how
before
many.
that the
Go ahead.
Masons,
I apologize. Go ahead.
yeah, somebody mentioned before that the Masons know that the Earth is flat, and it's true. So if you picture the Masonic symbol in your mind, right? There's like a V, upside down V at the top, and upside down V at the bottom. So that upside down V, the first the V at the bottom, that's a right angle, right? That's supposed to be, you know, that's how we optically see in 3D. That's the sun goes up and down, and every, you know, um,
Yeah,
y-
the intersection of the two V's, right? There's representing the sun and the moon, up, down,
right.
the
That's
horizontal plane.
where it
Yep.
intersects. That's the horizon. That's the horizon, and everything goes up optically. Not now, if it was a ball that we're talking about, everything would curve down, but it doesn't. It curves up on both sides of you, from all around you. It curves up. So we don't live on a ball inside of a divot where the Earth is physically curving up to the horizon all around you. It's only curving up optically. It's only, you know, that's how we perceive depth. That's why things after the horizon, such
But
as,
that is because of the light, how it falls on the object. Because right, it's
well,
because
no,
it's reflecting back
it's not.
somehow. Why do
It's
we see the objects in far distances, right? In long observation
no
photography,
that
right?
that's just how we perceive depth. You know, I think light has 3 dimensions, and the third dimension of depth we perceive optically. You know, where it optically converges, and the other 2 dimensions, height and width, are straight and vertical all the time. And that's why things like the sun, for for example, the horizon is only 10 miles away, right? And people often say, well, you know, that's the, you know, why does the sun set? They say, you know, they say, well, when it reaches the horizon, that's the limit of our vision. Well, that's not true. That's the limit of our depth vision. So when you look above you, and you see the sun at 12 o'clock noon, you only seeing the sun in 2 dimensions, and height and width. That's why the sky, it's plotted out and perceived in 2 dimensions. Those 2 dimensions are called declination and right and right ascension. It's only 2D. And that's why when the sun moves across the sky, it doesn't change size, because the dimension that when we normally perceive things close to the ground at our depth, we don't see any depth in the sun. It's always in 2D. And same with the stars. It's always in 2D. And so when it reaches the horizon, it's occulted by the horizon. It the 2D background is optically occulted. It's not physically. What ballers would say, it's physically occulted, because they think that we can see 3D forever. Well, we can't. We only see 3D until the horizon, and then
Oh yeah, and it's happening also from the top to bottom. All right.
right,
Yes.
yeah,
So it's,
exactly.
and I think it's around 20 degree that it in a way rises, depending on your level, could be ground
Yeah.
level to even a cruising altitude, right?
So
There's some degree that is happening and creating that optical phenomena,
so
which things could go behind it, right?
when you're if you're standing on a beach and you're looking out towards the horizon over a body of water, you'll notice that the land from the bottom of your feet to the horizon, it's the bottom of things. If let's say you had a bunch of light poles all the way out from you to the horizon somehow, or windmills or something like that, all the way, you'll notice that the bottom optically rises all the way to the horizon, and then after the horizon they optically set, they optically occulted, bottom first. So they optically rise and they optically set. And so when people say the horizon is at eye level, well, no, it's not at eye level, because if you consider it in 2D, and you draw a straight line, and then you draw a person on the one end, and the horizon is just 10 miles along that straight line. Those 2 points, your eyes and the horizon, are not at the same level. I mean, optically in 3D, it appears to rise to eye level, but it's not level. That's why they have to do dip correction, because we see in 3D, and we see it appears as level, but then we have to correct for the 2D orthographic view, where it is level, where the bottom of the horizon is actually it's not where it appears in 3D.
But
So
it's not also about the atmos playing like the layer is playing like, and the things are refracting or diffracting, right?
yeah, well, there's no refraction in the horizon, because refraction is always a point, a exact point of medium change. There has to be a medium change. So when you take a picture of the horizon, the only refraction that is happening is in the camera, at the lens, when the light comes into the lens, and then the horizon will appear refracted down. So that's when, like when TFE shows you a picture from where the horizon is like 10 miles away or something like that. It doesn't appear at eye level, it appears down. Well, that's because it's refracted down from the camera. And that's why when you go up in a plane, the higher you go up, the more refraction is going to happen. The further the distance, that you're increasing that angle to the horizon, and so you're going to have more refraction. A glass will always refract. Any kind of glass, and the more that it's curved, the more it'll refract. So people often they don't understand that when you see like when you see a picture on the moon, well, they think, well, who is the cameraman? Well, we have the same thing, the same problem when they see a picture of the horizon. They think that's the real horizon that people are seeing. No, that's the camera seeing the horizon, through the lens of the camera, you know. So there's always, I have a picture, you know, what's that thing that Katy Perry just did? Where she with Jeff Bezos, Katy Perry,
The Blue Horizon.
Blue Horizon. Yeah, well, I have a picture when they landed on the Earth, and you could see this picture. It was taken from probably 20, 30 feet away or something like that, and you can see the horizon right behind them, and the horizon goes. You can see the horizon through the glass on the Blue Horizon, their ship, and you can see the horizon is like noticeably lower than the other horizon, without, when you see it naked, so that shows you that the horizon will always be refracted down because of the glass. And anytime you see the horizon through glass, it's going to be refracted down. But there's no refraction in Globers often say, oh, it's the horizon is refracted down. No, it's not. There's no refraction going on in air. Air does not cause refraction at all. It can't, because you can look around your room. Do you see anything refracting? Like there's, it doesn't matter. I don't care how humid it is. Humidity doesn't cause refraction. Air is never thick enough to cause refraction. What there is there's atmospheric diffraction. It's called diffraction. And that's when it like when you look at the picture of the black swan and you see the crooked cranes, that's diffraction. That's what causes that. That's and that can go in any direction.
Like a pencil in a glass of water, right?
Well, a pencil in a glass of water
That
will diffract because the water diffracts it and the glass diffracts it or refracts it. There's definite refraction, but when you see a picture of like a crane in the air that's wavy, it's not in a glass of water or anything like that. It's that's atmospheric diffraction. So it has nothing to do with refraction at all. But Globers like to use that word because it sounds sciencey, and they can convince lots of people that they're like, oh, they know what they're talking about, and
Yeah, that's
but
what I do.
there's no
That's what they
there's
do.
no refraction going
Always
on
do
at
it.
all. In fact, in fact, what when they talk about atmospheric refraction, what that is when light enters Earth's air. So the different medium is from and this is supposed. I don't even know if there is refraction, but if space, as we're told, is some kind of different medium, whether it's a vacuum or it's water or it's something else, and it comes in the air, that's where the light will refract. So, but as soon as it enters the air, it's done refracting. And they'll falsely show you that experiment with the sugar water and the side of a fish tank, and they'll show you it curving, the light curving, laser light. Well, first of all, the
Yeah,
sun
that
isn't
was
laser light.
Globy McFace was showing, right? Tron, you remember? With something with sugar water trying to show refraction.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
It
not
was coming
refraction.
out of Globy's mouth. It was a lie.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I wouldn't. That whole thing is such a lie. Yeah. Well, anyway. Yeah, light doesn't refract in air. I think the refractive index of air is 0.0003, which is lower
Wow.
than the human eye can detect. So any refraction, that's why when you're looking at anything in life, if things refracted in air, people would be so deformed and so we wouldn't be able to recognize things. I mean, so there's no visible. You have to be a computer to recognize diffraction or refraction in air. It's so minuscule that it's below the limit of that you can resolve things.
The eye's just not going to pick it up.
Yeah, you won't. Unless it's raining, it has to be raining or foggy, or some kind of physical, like humidity itself. Like I could be in a room which has like 10% humidity or 100% humidity in my room, but nothing is going to refract in my room.
Yeah,
Like
right.
Yeah.
humidity.
So Chris. So all these curving shadows in every direction, right? Converging shadows, right? What's happening there?
Um. Yeah. Well, I would think that it's some kind of lens effect. That because the lens is trying to stitch everything together, so it's probably manipulating the image to make it such a wide angled lens that it appears that way. It's altering reality, um, such that it appears that way. I mean, uh, probably you could probably duplicate that, or you know, go outside on a sunny day and try different lenses, and place items 20 yards apart and see what kind of angle the shadow creates. You know, whether they're all the same direction or they're all converging or diverging or you know if it can't be duplicated, then I think that's strong evidence that it could be faked. If someone could make a video, and well, I think David Weiss showed that, didn't he? Didn't he
Yeah.
Yeah,
do
but
that?
it's not accurate. What he said there was not too accurate because actually there's a guy that made a video on that debunked also that because there is a question of the person moving and also the guy that films that moves. So there's a lot of things that was not taken into account in David Weiss video. I have that video of a guy that debunks that, but I don't remember exactly how he does that. I don't remember.
Who is
But
it?
I have to check it out because I put it on. I have it. I have it on my computer. I'm not on my computer now, but I have it.
But
I
Angel of
took it.
Light.
I downloaded the video because it was an important video that showed that it was not really accurate. His demonstration was not accurate, which I didn't believe because it looked good, but it was not. It's not exactly the way
Did you show Dave?
What?
no, I don't talk to Dave. I don't
Ah,
talk to him much. I don't. I just cut all connection with him.
Yeah,
But
one
I'm
of the
sure he would like to see that because if he's
yeah,
wrong, he
well,
probably want to
that's
know.
okay. I'm gonna go to the computer when I'll finish and I'll send it to you guys. I have to check it out. Yeah, yes,
one of the
I
reason
know.
one of the reasons I would stay away from that argument is because it's this exact same argument when they landed on the moon. People often complained about the shadows in different directions. And so anybody who is an anti-flat earther would have come across that argument before and would have a whole host of issues of why that's not the case. And so when you're rehashing an old argument but presenting it in a new location, they're going to be able to use their old arguments and just make it sound like make it sound like you're foolish to even
Yes,
discuss this. So that's why I would recommend not even talking to it, not even bringing it up. Just there's so many other things that you can talk about.
Yeah, right.
Why go to the weakest argument.
But let me ask you guys something. On this picture we're right now, you got the sun behind those clouds. Would those clouds should those clouds be leaving a shadow on the ground? Or
Well,
maybe it is. I can't see it.
I don't know, but yeah, you can't really tell. Like
It's hard to tell, right?
the clouds seem very thin, so I would think that they're not thick enough to actually leave a shadow on the ground. Like
Maybe.
the only time I've seen cloud shadows before, but usually when it's like raining out and really you have dark clouds.
Yeah, like the big puffy ones would kind of definitely do it. On a sunny day when the sun goes behind the clouds, it's awesome.
Yeah, well, that's
Cools off right away.
the point that I do like about that is that I've heard that people who were in the worked at that camp for years said that for 325 days of the year it would be cloudy and overcast. They would vary, like once a month they might get or less than that even, they would get a clear sunny day.
Really?
Yeah, and McToon promised that when they went down there for TFA, that it would be clear and sunny that that day. And so, how could he make that prediction? I've heard of people supposedly in the Olympics and in the people in Saudi Arabia, the kings, they're like uber rich, and they can. I heard that if somebody pays a lot of money, the U.S. government or something like that, somebody can come there and they can spray some kind of chemtrails a couple days beforehand, and that clears all the humidity out of the air. And so, but to do that, it would take large funding, and so that's another thing that I think somebody besides Will Duffy was behind this. I think somebody like Elon Musk or the Amazon guy Jeff Bezos, or somebody somebody with a lot of money and incentive to actually do this. That's where I think the money came from. I think that you can't think the buck stops at Will Duffy. He was just
He
told
was
to
just
use.
also a player in the big.
Yeah. I think
For sure.
somebody else was funding him and was the money behind him. Well, and you've heard about that. He's had 3 lawsuits or something like that for people saying that he scammed money out of them or something like that. Like he was an insurance salesman before, and look, I know people in that industry, and they're like the most disgusting people, the insurance industry. Look at that guy who just got shot, the CEO of the insurance company. People do not like insurance people very much, so and that's where he comes from, and so he could have this criminal record that's being used against him, and he's being forced to participate in and do this. I think, well, a lot of people have talked about that there's a lot of evidence that well, look at January 6th, when people talked about that there used to be there was a lot of shells in the crowd. There were people that have criminal records, and the FBI says, okay, well, we won't send you to jail, but here's what we want you to do. We want you to incite this riot or do this plot or do this. They get them involved in incriminating other people. So I think Will definitely has that kind of background, where he could have this huge debt or legal consequences laying over his head, and being forced to participate in something,
And oh yeah, could be Chris. Absolutely, it could be, but also it could be that Mr. Will Duffy saw an opportunity to pay off all his debt by investing in something where you see there are the people who are easy to manipulate and create something out of nothing.
Oh yeah, if somebody like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk was behind it all, they could easily afford 10 million of 15, 20 million. I mean, they're both worth over like $400 billion. I mean, that's so much money. They have so much money behind them. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing. If these people were really involved, this thing would have been like in everywhere, in every science journal, as a peer review, as like people looking into it. This is all bullshit.
Well,
I don't think
that's true, but I think they're gonna wait until the movie comes out, and they're gonna do a big media push. Once the movie comes out, once it's edited, then there's going to be another wave, of like anti-flat Earth. It's just like this argument that I hear the
Yeah, but the
liberals
big guys
talking.
will jump on it, Chris. Guys like Neil deGrasse and these people
Yeah.
themselves would have already used
Yeah, well,
this
we have to
even
expect that.
before, and it wouldn't come as a documentary, right? Even though this might look like a very professional documentary because Jonathan have some high tech gears and all this stuff, but this is not a Hollywood level cinematic. Hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars in the production to make this flat Earth go for a good. No, this is not at that level. Doesn't.
Yeah, well,
Maybe I'm wrong,
well,
but
I, I think that we've been lucky in that the PhDs, they avoid talking about the flat Earth altogether because they know that we have arguments that kind of debunk them, and so they don't even want to associate with flat Earth. They don't even want to talk about it. All these flat Earth debunkers are all ex gamers that they don't even believe in the heliocentricity, and they just come up with like anti flat Earth arguments. Whatever we say, they just say the opposite. It doesn't matter what they believe in or what the heliocentric scientists say. It's their own version of and I think they have carte blanche to just disagree with everything we say, and this way they leave the PhDs out of it. I remember when there have been podcasts where we've taken on PhDs, like mostly from with it, but I think he outshines them in a lot of ways. Like he really knows
Yeah, sure.
a lot of how the systems are the same, and how it's just preference. It's he has a way of breaking
yeah,
it
because it's
down.
all part of the scammer, Chris. This is the thing. That's why I was saying Will Duffy is also one of them, and not having any background of any PhD or any background of who support any university for this experiment. This is all just uh as you say,
Yeah, well,
another scammer working with another scammer. That's what it looks like because
I can say
right.
that I've never liked Jared, but I've always liked Witsit, and I think Witsit, being tied up with TFE, I don't think he likes being tied up with TFE. I don't think he likes, um, being a part of this. It feels icky to him. I haven't seen him. I've noticed that he used to talk about flat Earth all the time. And ever since he came back from TFE, he hasn't done any. He's done a couple shows, but he doesn't talk about flat Earth anymore. He's not the same. You know, so
Chris, I don't know what you think about Austin, but you are saying by yourself, he, flat earther, who volunteered to go on an expedition to prove if the earth is flat or a globe, and then he goes there, whatever happens, people see it, he comes back, now he's like acting like a psycho, not doing speaking about flat earth. What is this is what people expected from the one who thinks that he's a flat earther left from the three people who went there. Does this sound or look normal to anybody?
yeah, well, I don't know why he even went in the first place. He shouldn't have even have gone. But
Hey,
I think he
I've
felt
been told.
pressured.
I've been
But
told that he's supposed to schedule some sort of debate with Sid and Jaron
was
sometime
it? Oh, really?
June. You guys hear about that? I don't
Vika,
know.
Yep,
That
go
might
ahead.
be
Go
good.
ahead, Gene.
Vika, are you able to go to your messages real quick
Cool.
on
Okay.
on Facebook Messenger? I left you a message.
All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
I would
Thanks,
like to
man.
see
Sorry
that
about that.
debate because whenever Jaron in the past, when he debated like McToon or Fight Flat Earth, he was the weakest debater ever.
Right.
I mean, he would essentially agree with them 3/4 of the time, and every now and then he'd be like, "Well, that's not quite But it was such a weak performance, and that's why he doesn't have a strong history of debating. Where Winsett has a much stronger track record in that. So to see Winsett go up against Jaron will be interesting to see if Jaron becomes more animated in his baller beliefs.
It could
All
be
of a
all
sudden,
part of the game. Could be all part of the movie. I don't know. I'm just curious.
maybe.
I just heard. I don't know. I can't verify, but I was told by somebody that he was supposed to debate. That Winsett's supposed to debate Jaron. So I don't know. The whole thing seems weird to me. Why? Why?
That would be. I'd like
guys,
to see that.
just something small. I just put a link of the video that I just talked to you about, debunking, David Wade's video on the shadows. So it's on my channel. It's on a private, on unpublished link. But I put it in the chat. You can check it out. Actually, it's a video in Italian. I remember it's an Italian, flat earther that explains you that his video does not take in consideration the size of the person going, that is different, and the camera moving. You're gonna see. You should check it out if you want to check it out. So that's interesting. Again, it has to be studied. Also, I'm not an expert in that, but it's interesting. So that's the link is in the chat and in private chat and in the.
Thank you for
the
that.
stream shot. But look, can check it out. I'm
You
gonna be.
said
It's gonna
the
be
video
on.
is in Italian.
Yeah, it's in Italian, but you can understand because there are subtitles
Subtitles?
in
Oh, yeah.
yeah. There's some you can understand what he says. I do anyways, but if there's a problem, we can translate it.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Check it out. That's
so
interesting. That's interesting.
so guys, this is the thing, right? So the way he's behaving and whatever happened with the whole TFE thing, whatever he was promising, like still just coming back, grifting, right? What the hell does the people expect more to freaking see what's the problem, right? For sure, you can pick up the points and try to argue and all these things, and yeah, maybe that was the part of the grooming that this happened, right? As I said, it's more dangerous to freaking think, right, to for the person who's still imitating to be a flat earther, because being a part of this bullshit and the way things rolling out is more than enough for the people to think what the fuck, and to put your focus or your thoughts or your beliefs or whatever in some kind of researcher like that, right? You had a very good opportunity, whatever was the outcome, put it the right way. It was freaking worse than ever. As I said, these people not only represented flat earthers, but in the worst way possible. In
Yeah.
the worst way.
But it was meant to fuck up anyways from the very beginning, because again, just accepting the idea to go in a South Pole, in a fictive South Pole, to just check if there is a 24-hour sun is already an act of treason. It's already like a rejection of everything you believed in. It's like me saying, okay, you know what? I'm going to check if flat Earth is true. I'm going to go with NASA in a fucking, spacecraft there to go. I'm going to go to Mars and to check if if Mars does exist, and if just to check if the Earth is flat. This is fucking stupid. I would have never done that. I would have never accepted to go into space, because I know it's fake right from the beginning. So it's fake before it started. It's like it's staged before it started. It's like
Yeah, so this,
there's
this,
no.
is- this is what I mean when you said, right, he doesn't like to be a part of this, but he expected, he volunteered. Nobody said, like, forced him to go, right? Or I don't know, maybe what.
He is a part of it.
Of course, it's part of it. You kidding me?
Because he went. Now,
Yeah.
how you not a part of it? You are a part. He is a part of it.
If I was advising him, I would have told him not to go at all.
I was told that several people told him not to go.
But that's also can be staged also, all that shit about, people that almost went there, but then didn't go there, so maybe it's all staged. This is also part of the lie, of the scam, to make you believe that it's genuine, that they really went there, that it's really, it's true. It's all fucking fake. It's all, even the invitations are fake. The refusals of the invitations are fake. Everything is fake. It's all staged. You understand? To make you believe that they really went there. This is fucking bullshit. This is you. We can see that is bullshit. Did you see that? Did you think they went there? Look at the footage. The sun is fake. The sky is fake. The snow is fake. Everything is fake. So where did they go? They went to fucking Hollywood. They went in California. Where they go?
So I have to go soon. So, but I'd like to talk about one more thing first. Another proof that I think that the reason that the sun changed from round to this football shape, and that it was an optical effect happening in our atmosphere, is that when they say that the sun, the sun is a black body, they call it, eh? You've heard that before? You've heard, do you know what that is?
No.
No, not me.
Well, it means that if you try and bounce radio signals off it, it doesn't. It absorbs the sound. It doesn't bounce back. Like when you if you shine a light at the sun, the light is not going to bounce off the sun and come back. It's going to absorb it. So that's what they mean by, technically, scientifically, that's what they mean by it. But I think it's physically, it's also black. When people talk about the black sun, I think that it is a black. It doesn't, I think when, like, for example, like when we look up at the sky, we see this big orange ball of light. I don't think
White
that's
now, white,
white.
Chris.
Yeah,
Yeah.
white. Yeah, white. But I don't think that's what the sun looks like. I think the sun looks like a black. It's black. It doesn't
Okay.
emit light. What it does emit is it emits radio waves. It emits sound. And if you look at astronomy, all stars emit sound. They say there's no sound in space, but I don't know about that. But they call them it's called radio astronomy. And all these photographs and everything, all the information that we get from them, it's their sound. It's they're recording sound and making them into pictures. And I think so what happens when the sound, when it whatever distance away the sun is, the sound travels to the earth, and as soon as it hits our air, it does what's called attenuation. And that's that means like it like bleeds. These radio waves, they sort of bleed off. And what do they bleed off? They bleed off something called ultrasound. And a bunch of experiments at Harvard University have discovered that ultrasound, it's not like regular sound, regular mechanical sound. Regular mechanical sound is like you clapping your hands together, that it creates a vibration of the particles and stuff like that. That's what regular sound is. But ultrasound is different because it can carry energy.
Different lower frequencies, yeah, and
Right.
the to travel through the atmosphere is
Right.
not same like a mechanical sound, right?
Right. Yeah. And so when these when it attenuates ultrasound, it can our Earth has electrostatic gradient of electricity in the air, and it can sort of light up the particles that are in the sky. That's why they call them the noble gases. So I think that we're looking at it's just an optical effect of like sort of like a neon light, like a neon. It's where it's lighting the gases in our air. The light isn't coming all the way from the sun to the earth, or the heat.
It's
The heat,
oh yeah, it's just happening. Yeah, just when Chris, it's just happening in the atmosphere
right?
when the
Yeah,
electrons are
right.
vibrating. That's why
Yeah,
we have the light and the atmosphere. The heat is created because
right.
of the atmosphere. It's not coming from the sun, the light and the heat, right?
And
It's
again, another proof of that is when the moon disappears, when you can't see it. Now, if it was actually a physical body, you would see the outline of it, even when it's a new moon and it disappears. For 3 days of the month, it disappears, and nobody, you would still be able to. It would block out the stars behind it, but you can't even see that. And of course, and when it eclipses and the moon goes in front of it, and you get this black outline around, that's the actual sun. It's a black body. It's
So that's a good question because uh, when I look at the sun, I don't see a black body. I see a white or yellow body. So that's my
yeah.
reality. This is a truth I live in. Now that you said that the sun is black because maybe we see it not the way it is. So what defines reality? What
No,
we
no,
see, or what
yeah.
it is
Oh, yeah,
that
it's,
we don't
it's just
see?
a focal. It's just a focal light. It's
The
just it's just a focal point where when that is happening with the atmosphere, it's creating that heat and light, and the gases involved with it, right? The vibration of these electrons, and that is creating the heat. That's why the daylight and the sun is two different things.
yeah. Well, um, it's still reality, but you're just seeing the um, radio waves attenuating in our air and causing you to see an orange, yellow sun, orange,
So
white sun.
you're
White
talking
out.
about the mechanisms of reality. You're talking about how reality does work, but that doesn't mean that what I see is not real if the sun is yellow.
Yeah. Well, do you think that there's an actual yellow ball of burning gas
I don't have to
93
think.
million miles away, or
No, 93
or
million. Yeah, about the distance, I don't agree. But about what I see it yellow.
yeah,
So now,
okay, you see it yellow, but do you think that above the flat Earth, maybe let's say 4,000 miles away, there's an actual burning ball of sun, like a
well,
No,
a
no. One
burning
example,
ball of
guys. One
gas?
example. I'll give you, guys. I'll give an example. Right, the moon. When you see from a high altitude, the moon will never look like the same we see the moon from the earth. Right. So light phenomena. This all could be light phenomena. Right, of the sun and the moon in
of course,
interaction with the atmosphere. Right.
of
Apart
course,
from the gases and the electromagnetics playing the right. So with the
uh,
sound as you are mentioning, right, with the luminaries, right, everything is an optical phenomena to begin with, right, including the sun and the moon. So right.
it's like the sea. I see that the sea is blue. Now, if I take water in my hand, I don't see the blue anymore because I see it's like transparent. So
Right.
this is reality, and this is reality. The sea is blue. This is my reality. This is the way I see it. So it's real. And when I take the water in my hand, I see it's not blue. It's transparent. So that's also reality. It's not
Yeah,
like fake.
exactly.
That means that I see it because of the reflection of the sun or whatever you want to say. The mechanisms of my reality is one thing, but it doesn't change the reality. The mechanisms don't change the facts or the reality. You understand what I'm saying? Because if not, then you don't believe in anything you see. Don't believe in nothing.
Well, this is why when they astronauts, when they said when they go up really high, they don't see the sun or the stars anymore. They
That's
they
true
they see a black. They refer to it as the black abyss.
because
You
the
know.
reality
It depends
changed.
which ones you
Yeah,
ask.
well, yeah, because there's
The
the
situation
light.
changed.
They're not there is no light attenuating in the air around them, so they don't see the
Exactly.
light or
And
the
it's
sun.
cold.
You
And
know.
it's cold. They don't see the stars, right? Because it's all about also layers. And there
Yeah.
are gases also
Well,
in the layers, in different layers. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
For
all playing part
example,
together.
when you go up to the thermosphere, it gets up to 3,000 degrees. This is what they say, and so that heat is not coming from the sun, traveling all the way to the Earth, whatever distance you assign to it. That heat is created right here by the attenuation of the radio waves.
Right. After it hits stuff.
Right, exactly.
Oh yeah, I have an awesome video from maybe 6 years ago. Electric sun on flat Earth. it all relates with Nikola Tesla and Eric Dollard's work too, right? And also about the sun being like a transformer, right? Kind of
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's a special kind of star. You know, it emits radio waves just like all the other stars.
I don't
And
think the sun is a star. No disrespect.
no, I don't know. Was it
Just want to throw that out there. I think a star is a luminary, but the sun is different. That's
maybe?
part of the heliocentric garbage. No disrespect to you, bro.
Well, I think it's bigger than the other stars for sure.
I would say no, not a star at all. None. No.
Do you think?
No.
Do you,
There's no evidence of anything like that.
do you think?
Out of the heliocentric? That comes out of the heliocentric hypothesis. Then it's just. I mean, if that's what you want to believe, but I don't think that's correct from my point of view.
yeah, but I don't think he mean the star like in the heliocentric model being millions of light years away, right? We know it's a local phenomena.
Yeah. I don't mean as a burning ball of gas. I think it's probably electric plasma or some kind of
Well, sure, I could buy that, but I'm saying is that we don't know what a star is at all. We certainly don't know that a star is a sun or that the sun is a star. We don't have absolutely no proof or evidence of any.
Do you think that one is bigger? Do you think which is bigger? Do you think a star is bigger, or do you think the sun is bigger?
We don't know. We have no clue.
Don't know yet.
Further.
With all due respect, we don't have any clue. It's just we're just guessing. You know,
well, in the heliocentric system, in the size of stars, they say the sun is the smallest star in the whole universe.
But who says this?
In the heliocentric system.
Oh, our sun is the smallest star.
Right,
yeah.
Really? The heliocentric model.
Almost every sun is bigger. There's like 4 stars that they think are smaller than the sun. The other billion are bigger.
They'd have to say that because if it was that small, the light wouldn't reach us.
So that's why I think it's whatever they say. I believe the opposite.
So exactly. That's what I was going to say. If they say that, it's the opposite.
I'm like, okay,
it's the biggest one.
Yeah, exactly.
Automatic. Well, look, you have to translate the language.
Let's not forget the earliest ancient models of the geocentric flat non-moving Earth depict a separate sun, a separate moon, and then stars. Then nobody ever said it was a star was a sun until recently science, those so-called scientists got involved that went in and saying there's that a sun is a star and there's other suns and all this other stuff. That's completely part of the heliocentric hypothesis. Even the biblical cosmology mentions a separate sun, a separate moon, and then stars, which are luminaries to give light. So the idea that the sun is a star, I mean, there's zero evidence of it except from speculation.
It's not a star.
That disputed that threw out there the heliocentric model, which is bogus.
Well, I don't think we've ever talked about it on this show, but I think stars could be like a container for a soul. If
again, all speculation has nothing
exactly.
to do.
Everything is valid. Everything, all our thoughts are valid. Then we have to, confirm it, and we don't have to the means to do so.
It all could be technology.
Yes, it's true. I agree. They seem to be alive.
Could be technology that is magical to us. To could be possible. I'm not saying it is right. If we are speculating. Right.
Right. Exactly. The cosmos has been charted for thousands of years now. They've been charted by men. So we know the rotation of the stars. We know the movements. We know that there are constellations. They've not changed. They've not moved. It's exactly the same. Okay. So anyway, I'm just going to.
Oh yeah, everything goes in cycles. Every 20 years, things repeat itself. That is the reason they could calculate. Everything is a divine, precise clock and intelligent design, right?
Sure.
And we have a technological version of it.
If you die and your soul goes to heaven above, I believe in that we have planes of existence, and we're on the middle plane. and there's planes, there's multiple heavens above us. I think that a star would seem like where does God put your soul when you go to heaven? Like,
I
I
don't think
mean,
he puts it
does
in
he
a
put you in a
star.
field and you're like
I don't
playing
know.
violins and
I want to
dancing
appeal. I
around
want to
and
appeal to the.
So
If we're gonna get in that, then we can't leave out. If we're going to appeal to that, then the biblical
But
cosmology would dispute it, because it says that in the beginning God created heaven and the earth. And then on the fourth day, he created the sun and the moon and the stars to give light upon the earth. He created them for seasons, for times, and all these different things. And
that's
it's
a
like a
good point.
giant clock in the sky. So I
so
think
that,
that would be more
I
appropriate.
don't.
That would match the
Well,
ancient model all the way back
well,
to the beginning, as far as what we know, what we have to work on. That would match the ancient model, which is the same
the,
thing. It's the
the,
geocentric model. Don't forget, there's a firmament above us, and then we have
so
one
I
sun,
understand
one
what you're
star,
Hey
saying.
guys, I want to.
one moon, and the stars and luminaries. And of course, the planets. The planets now, I believe, would be stars or wandering stars, and we can see them if anybody's taking a look. They don't
yes.
look nothing like what NASA told us. They look like,
In Hebrew, it is called stars. Planets are stars. It's the same word.
yeah, wandering
Uh,
star. I would call the planets wandering stars. Yes, they don't look
oh
like
yeah, Gene.
they don't look like what NASA told us. They look totally different.
Oh yeah, Gene. Well, you wanted to add something, brother? Quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that don't forget, guys, that the heliocentric model of the sun has to be from the Big Bang in a vacuum,
True.
billions of years old. Hydrogen and helium find each other. There's 70% hydrogen, 25% helium, 5% miscellaneous in a gravity furnace, right? That makes no sense, guys.
And an ever expanding universe, which is
Right.
totally bogus.
well,
Yeah,
there is a sense.
it burns
It
like
may.
600 trillion tons of fuel a day or something
Yeah.
ridiculous and never
Ridiculous.
changes size.
Well, it
It's
does
all
make sense.
impossible.
It does make sense because the sense of it is
No, it
that
don't.
let me explain everything about heliocentrism is just to attempt to debunk the Bible and the Torah. So
Yeah,
everything they say, it's at the opposite of the
Yes.
Bible. So that's the sense. They're
right.
making sense at that point. That
And
means
I want to
it's
say
just
I
like
something
mean,
to.
else.
every
I don't understand
cosmology,
that.
right? Every
I
is
want to
to debunk
right. I want to say something else
every
too.
cosmology,
That
right?
the sun, that
Every
the sun has been. There are people like angels of light and others that I know, that I talk to all the time, that have taken time lapse video and pictures of the sun, and the sun does change in angular size as it moves away from you. That's been proven. So the idea that that we don't see the sun changing in angular size, maybe from your natural eye because of the brightness of it, but there is evidence that we have a local sun, and it moves away from you, which is what's happening as it's traveling in its course around the circle of the earth, the flat, the flat earth. It does change in angular size. There's proof of it. Just want to let everybody go check out Angels and Rips, RIP, on TikTok. I know both of them, and they've got the proof of it. So I want to put that out there. I think that to say it doesn't change in angular size,
Can
we
I
know that it does.
can I say
oh yeah,
something
we
about
know
that?
Angel of Light. Yeah, he's that
Yes, and
awesome.
he
Yeah,
has the
go ahead,
videos of it.
Chris.
So,
Yep.
if there is evidence, I've seen some evidence that the sun might change a very, very, very small amount. I think that can be accounted for by atmospheric optical
Well,
effects. Again,
Yeah,
it said
no,
that
no,
the
No,
no.
there's
actual
some
sun changes
They use
light.
infrared.
there's some
They
good
use
change.
they used infrared, and the evidence was a lot more than you think. It was between 20 and 30% change in angular size, so it changed a lot. But you had to see it. That proves that the sun is local. Okay, as far that's the original geocentric flat
Well,
non-moving Earth model, and it proves that it's small, and because it is local, as it's moving away, it does change in size, and it's the Globers that don't like that and try to debunk it. But Angels has destroyed them. So is RIP many times. I've watched it, and they've got the evidence, and it's strong evidence.
Oh yeah, he even uses it against the PhDs and all this stuff, right?
Absolutely. So it does change in angular size, and it's a major proof for flat Earth, or one of the many proofs that we have amongst everything else that we have. And I don't mean no disrespect to you, Chris. I just know that it's a fact.
Yeah, well,
Oh yeah, Chris. So where were you going with that, son? Yeah, go ahead.
well, in infrared, if it changes that much, what I'm talking about is viewing the sun with your own eyes.
Well, yeah, with the naked
It,
eye, it's
with the
difficult.
naked eye,
I agree with that.
it's not gonna, you know, change size much.
You
Now with
can't look at it.
infrared, that's a different wavelength of light that we don't see in with our eyes. We have to, um, you know, use filters to see that. So there might be something different. So that's something to consider as well.
The thing, I tell you something, I used to be a private investigator, and I learned something very important in my former, profession, is that before to start thinking, you need the correct information to think with. You need enough information to think with. Sometimes we tend to like have good reasoning and good thinking, but the informations we think with are either not complete or not precise, not exact, and sometimes we go to the wrong conclusions, even though we have a perfect reasoning with what we have to think with. So the thing is that when we talk about like deep things like souls and the sun and all that, we have to make sure we have enough information to think with at the beginning. And I'm not sure at that point we have enough information. That's the point. We don't have enough information. We think, all right, our reasoning is perfect, it's good, we have good reasoning, we make sense, but the information that we have maybe are not like we need maybe more information to think with. For example, when you
Yeah.
say that the
Sam, we have enough information about what this sun could be, right? How it's not burning fusion. How is it electric? How this is just a local phenomena. There's a lot of real science and to back this up, right? That it's being local, it's being geocentric, right? The
yes.
electromagnetic fields in the north playing the part to create the aurora borealis, the accumulation of electrons, right? It can just go on. It is so much that the sun or these luminaries or these stars are not millions of miles away.
Yes, for basic things like this, we have enough information to know that the Earth is not a globe, to know that the sun is not far away. I agree. Now, to know exactly what it is, I don't think we have enough information yet. To know exactly how it works, I don't know. I don't think we have enough information. When we talk about infrared and all this, those are the technologies that we have, the science that we know. But there are lots of things we don't know, other sciences, other technologies that we don't know. We actually, with everything we know, we still don't really
No,
know how it
yeah,
works.
we know a lot for sure. We know a lot about the
A
sun
lot of,
too, right?
yes,
About its
yes,
cycle, about its speed. The sun is also supposed to be the ruler, right? What is the work of a ruler? Is to
not
measure
ruler
what
of the
the
day,
distance.
ruler of the day, according to
Yeah,
you
yeah.
refer to the
What I
Bible.
mean to say that you guys got it right.
Hmm.
That was great.
Yeah.
The ruler.
Yeah, and we can literally measure the earth. It's a measurement tool, right? The distance is the earth and the ruler is the sun, and we know how is it, how long is it taking, 24 hours, how much distance is covering. It's right there. Nobody needs to like
Like a clock. It's a
speculate what
giant
the earth
clock.
is.
Like a
Sorry,
giant
go ahead.
clock.
Go ahead.
It's like a giant clock. And that's
Yes, it
why
Oh
is.
yeah.
the sundial it's not an earth dial, it's a sundial, because it's the
Exactly,
sun that's dialing, and that's why we use it
exactly.
as a clock, a giant
Those
clock.
are
Oh
If
instruments
yeah.
you
of
ever
time.
watch the Mechanical Realm,
Those are
you're gonna
instruments.
love that movie.
So that's the big thing for for Chris there, because according again, I refer a lot to the Bible when I don't have enough information to think with. I just refer to the books, and it tells me over there that all these things like the stars, the moon, and the suns are actually instruments of time. Now,
Yeah,
time it's something that we have to take in consideration, because when you talk about souls and you say where does God put all the souls, I don't know if we have to talk about a place or a time. Maybe it's when does he put those things? Where in time does he put those souls? Time is also to be considered. When we talk about souls and death
Well,
and
I
and
personally,
spirituality in general.
I would say that because I believe in God, and I think we all have a soul. I think that if we go to a different realm, that's about the best I can tell you. If we want to call it heaven, great, but it's a different realm, obviously, because we're not seeing the other souls that have left, right? It's somewhere. It might be outside of. We might be completely outside of our system, the enclosed system. I mean, I don't know. I know it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. For
We got to
those
put
of
him
us
somewhere.
that leave.
So but I like
Or
that
or
when
someone
No,
or
they
someone.
it's a different world when you after we get out of here. They
I
could be.
believe that. I really, and I don't know.
Well,
I mean, has anybody gone there and come back? I
well,
haven't.
check it out. It's very simple. Look, the body stays
Yeah,
like
yeah. Your
space. We
body
leave
goes back to
space.
the
So
ground.
if you
We
leave
leave.
space,
Right. I
now
agree.
you go in time.
Yeah,
You have space and time. So we are in time. We're not in space no more.
They
There's no
might
more
not even
space.
have time. We're limiting this to what we
that's
think,
true.
though. I don't.
I
I
agree.
don't
I'm
think.
thinking the same thing, Gene. It could be a thing where there is no time. We go into another realm that there is no time. But
Right.
we don't really know. We don't know.
It's hard to imagine. It's hard to understand because
Maybe
Right.
different times, right? Happening in the same time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I agree.
We can't even imagine with all of us combined. Everyone in the world. We can't even scrape the surface of what the Creator has in store for us.
I agree. I agree with that.
That's what I think. We're very extremely limited here with everything.
Yeah,
We're handed
I
five
think so.
senses from the school, and we're figuring out that we got like 12 senses that they haven't taught us half of them. There's probably 30 or 40 senses that we never even thought of. I just, guys, I try not to give the Creator limitations when I'm free thinking. I
Oh
don't,
yeah.
I don't, I don't give this world all the value that I'm probably supposed to. Maybe it's hard to even put into words, but we really can't even picture what's going on in some of these other worlds. It's just not physical. It's not mental. We don't really know what spiritual is.
well, we have enough
Well, oh
work
yeah.
to
Well,
figure out. The world we live in already.
oh yeah. It's a good point. It's a good point, right? Because not only with these five senses, we are trying to understand this realm. We are never going to understand like that. You know what I mean? In reality, right? You cannot just be based on rational or scientific thinking and you want to understand everything, right? There are many aspects of being a part of this realm and understanding the realm, right? Many
Yeah,
things even can be put into words.
it's more magical than we could even come close to thinking. Really.
so I have to take off, but I just wanted to thank everyone, and um, it was nice to meet everyone and talk to you. And um, I just wanted to say I have a NDE, which is a near death experience, and maybe I could share that. Next time I meet you guys. So
That's interesting.
All right, Chris,
Nice.
it was really super great to have you on, bro. I know you tried to come on a while back and something happened, but it was a really nice surprise, man. Great
yeah,
to
well,
meet
I
you.
got a new microphone, so
Excellent.
um, I think it's a Sure microphone. So
Sounds great.
but I haven't got a
Yeah.
camera yet. So but I've been playing around with this microphone. I've joined some podcasts, and they were telling me the sound is awful, so I had to play around with it a bunch and get it to the right settings.
Yeah, nice and
So
clean.
good, yeah. But
Sounds good.
Oh, as I said, yep, go ahead.
yeah, well, thank you, and you have a good night. I have to get going, but
Good
Oh,
meeting
yeah,
you, bro.
Chris.
Good
Thanks,
meeting you,
Chris.
man. Good meeting you.
Chris, nice to see you, brother. Yep, everybody. He's one of the main admin from our group, Flat Earth Association and Flat Earth Research Network on Facebook. Yeah, bro. Yeah, keep it up. And for anytime you want to join in, you're welcome. Or I'll send you the link. And yeah,
Yeah,
awesome to
I'm.
have your inputs. And yeah, nice to see you, brother, after a long time.
I'm working on the top 10 things I find wrong with flat Earth, but
Cool.
maybe sometime in the future we can we'll talk about that. You know?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
that's
brother.
great.
Anytime, anytime.
Okay, well
Awesome.
we'll see you then. Have a good night.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah. Chris, angle of elevation.
I never knew that.
Oh, yeah. Chris is not first time here. He's been to few podcasts before during the early days, too.
Oh, it's great to have him on. I hope he comes back more often. That'd
Oh,
be
yeah,
awesome.
bro. Long time. Uh, like support from long time to run the groups and all this stuff, bro. So amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris has been around way longer than me.
So
Oh, yeah. Chris is.
this is
Yep.
McToon doing the science.
Oh, yeah.
The science.
See, the sun here is rotating. Then it's being smashed again. Now it's the vertical. Now it's horizontal.
It should
So
be
that's
pear
again.
shaped though, not football shape,
And
right?
it's going in front of the mountain. It should be anywhere near. It should be on the other side, not even being seen.
And yeah, you see the height of the mountain, and you don't see the shadow moving.
Exactly.
The amount of
Yeah.
movement in the shadow should be quite noticeable, no?
Of course.
The shadows bothered me all the whole time. They didn't make sense to me. They still don't. And the light attenuation. That's a word I learned during this debacle. And that's when you see like before you see the sun, you got daylight, right? And dusk after the sun when there's no sun. That's the light attenuation, right? And that's impossible on the globe. The sun is gone, and you can look out and stand outside and still see your hand because the light is there. The light would have to bend around the Earth, and they claim it's just atmospheric lensing. I think
they've had for a long time light sources for making movies and what have you that can literally simulate daylight.
Right.
Literally simulate daylight. It's been around for 50 years, 60
Hollywood,
years.
man. Hollywood
like
kind of runs the back scenes of all this stuff. They're big into deception. I said a long time, man. I don't know, but I think TV and all the media was actually created for the deception, and not and it wasn't like as a byproduct. They started they didn't come up with the TV and then they said, oh wait, we'll use that. They said, well, how can we do this? And then they came up with the TV and then started that. They were like, let's do this. So I think you know what I mean. Does that make sense?
Well, they certainly do use it. That's a fact.
Yeah,
no doubt.
And
no doubt.
You look back on some of the oldest films too. They started with the deception right away.
Yeah.
So that's what led
Mickey
me to
Mouse.
that. I'm like, wait a minute, they did this just to trick us. They're not there to entertain us. They don't care if we're happy and entertained. They want us as stupid as possible.
Exactly.
And that's what they did. They were like, oh, let's give them TVs, and
even the two letters T and V looks like the Freemason signs. That the V there and the T like the square and the you never know what the fuck.
That's one of the news channels, right? Like that's supposedly independent, maybe. Is that right?
I don't know. I wouldn't tell because I'm not too good in TV and entertainment. But
you're talking about TMZ, though, right? And their logo.
No, I'm talking about the letters, just the alphabet letters, like T and V, like from TV. You know,
Oh,
it looks like the you know the
TFE.
compass and the you know the square thing. You know,
Oh, yeah,
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 you know
yeah.
it's
That's
similar. It's
right.
not
Yeah, yeah, I can
it's
see
nothing.
that.
It's just it's not like a proof of anything.
No,
It's
but
just
no, but you know what? That's a good one, Sam. Real
it's a
subtle
clue.
little
It's
things that are not
little
exactly,
things exactly.
they're not
Those are
perfect, but it's like, it's right there.
it's there. You know, it's around. It surrounds
Yeah,
us.
that's a good one. TV, the square and compass. Now, there is no magic bullet. There's not one big home run that's
Yeah,
gonna
just
knock it all over with. Hopefully, it's gonna be a compilation of all these things. Some of them are big, some of them are little, like that one. The little things are all over the place, man.
I just saw that truck disappear into the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, there could be
Here
a
goes
tunnel
another.
there.
Maybe it's the soul, you know, disappearing into the, you know, heaven or some kind of different
Disappearing
realm.
into thin air.
Yeah, into a
And
different fucking realm.
a portal opened up and it was gone.
Yeah, Antarctica is a magic place. It's a haunted place.
Yes. Yes, apparently, yes.
The
I
Yeti
saw that. I
carjacked
just
them.
saw that. Here goes again. Right, disappeared. That is about as fake as they come. Hollywood. That's terrible. Hollywood could have done better than that, but
But what would
this
it?
is
Oh,
I wonder
amateur
what's
fake.
over there, though. What's over there that a truck is on their way over there that they
So
haven't yet confirmed?
I think I figured it out, but I'm not sure because again I have to prove it, and then I cannot prove it. But I believe it's like this: they are in the big huge studio, right? Like you know a warehouse of some sort, and let's say it's like 25 yards or 30 yards maximum, you know, into the warehouse. So what happens is that they might have a real truck, let's say, okay, it goes slow like that, like for like 10 or 20 yards. And then at one point, the computer, you know, takes over and the truck is being clocked, is being like suddenly disappears, and what you see now is the image generated image from the computer, and it keeps on going. So you believe the same truck is going very far, but actually at one point it's just the image of the truck that is going, you know, into the screen, and the truck is stays there but it's being clocked. It's being like, you know,
Look, right? They
totally
hide it. They
cloaked,
put
hiding. Yeah, yeah.
they color it, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So the computer is taking over at a certain point, but you don't see it because it's at the millisecond. You know, like tack, just switches,
Well,
but you don't see the difference.
it's just more obvious fakery of the fake experiment.
Yeah,
More
exactly.
fakery.
That's all it is.
I would like to
Oh
know what
man.
the truck was doing.
Yeah, where was it going? It was probably going to get gas. You know, the gas stations out there. That's where it was going. They had to run to the store to get a few bags of chips. You know, they were hungry.
What's over there? They gotta send a truck.
They went to get some Little Debbie snacks.
I don't know.
Oh yes, this right here.
oh yeah, the blue chroma.
That's
That's why when
right.
it's creating some shades, that's
Yeah.
why it's create see the layer below.
What do they need? What do they need that technology in Antarctica to observe a natural phenomenon? What do they need all that technology? So
That
this is that's all bullshit. The green screen, the chroma. Why do you need all that shit there? You just go there to observe a natural phenomenon, right?
Yeah, they were
So
supposed
why
to
do you
do
need
some
all that?
film. They're supposed to film some stuff and then report back, and
So
now we
why do
got
you
all
need all this?
faker.
You don't need all that. If you
Now
take all that technology that you're going to use it, it's fake.
all you need is some good cameras, right?
That's it.
That's
Exactly.
it. What more do you
That's
need?
all it is. Yeah, that's
Why do
it.
you need giant trucks going across and going through mountains?
that doesn't make good
Uh,
sense to me.
It doesn't make sense because it's not true. It's fake. Let's watch
no,
another one.
okay. So
What
this
I
is
just thought
hard.
of?
This is hard to see.
If they're in some sort of tent, that tent could be so huge they could have like 50 balloons holding the ceiling up or something. You know what I mean?
Who knows, man?
Yeah, I'm just speculating, but I'm trying to picture how would they get the ceiling to stay up? Could be
So
just
here,
tied off with balloons.
check it out on that picture here. You don't.
Big tent. big tent, like the size of Florida.
Check it out. In that picture, you don't see it real clearly, but as the truck goes on the right side, you have like a glitch that goes at the same speed on the left side that goes from from right to left. But and then I make the picture like I zoom in and you can see it. And this goes all around the stage, all around the area there.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
You see that little thing there?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's definitely Bigfoot.
Yo.
You see that?
Yeah, it might be. So
Definitely.
that's also hard to see on the video maybe because I'm on the phone here. But
No,
there's
I
a
can
fog.
see.
There's like a fog, like a round fog like this, and it goes like crazy. It goes like this. It doesn't
Yeah.
follow the movement of the camera.
I
So that's
can
also a
see it.
fuck up. That means it's all fake. The fucking plane, everything is fake. Maybe the plane is real. Maybe they went into a real plane, but that picture is fake. That footage is fake. It's
Yeah,
all
but
fake.
they got those fake planes too, man.
I don't know, but I know that the footage is fake. It's not everything bends. Same thing.
Bro, in the 50s, the military's created these inflatable fake
Yeah, yeah.
machine,
Thanks and
tanks,
yeah,
jeeps.
yeah,
They got the plane. There was
yeah.
an incident like I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago in some Middle Eastern country where they had a fake plane on the runway. There was people on it and everything. It was like, look at this. The windows were completely blacked out. The engines were completely fake. And then they had the plane. They made believe it took off, and people were falling off the plane and shit. Remember that?
That fake.
That was
Yeah,
all
they,
fake, bro. All
during the
fake.
war, they have fake boats also, fake, aircraft carriers, fake
Yeah,
everything. Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
everything,
They're,
man.
they're smaller, because they're not very big in the same size, but they're just like
No, they have regular sized tanks. Guys are just two
yeah,
guys can
thanks,
knock
yeah,
it over and send it rolling down a
yeah,
hill.
yeah,
Boop,
yeah,
boop, boop, boop,
yeah,
boop.
yeah.
They're real life, real size. 1-to-1 ratio. I'm not saying that is, but you know what? I'm looking at the windows right now. Those windows are all blacked out. And I don't see a turbine in that engine. Just saying. I don't know.
At the end of the video, you're gonna see that. Okay, now it's with there's like somebody explaining that when he used that drone there in order to make us believe that there was no green screen. Okay, so that means he brought green screen technology not to use it, let's say. So he sends that drone there, deep behind to show you that there is no green screen. And the thing is that that particular drone beeps. It makes some sound when he recognizes
Right,
an
when it's
object like
approaching
a
a
wall.
barrier. Right, I remember this. Yes.
Yeah, and at one point you hear the drone beeping. That means it did detect like a
It
wall
hits
or something.
like it's going to hit something. Right.
It's gonna
So,
hit
but wait a
something. Yeah,
second. Look at the ground right behind the plane. I mean, they might have like taxied it away from where they landed, but I don't see any evidence of a plane landing anywhere behind that plane. So now what? The plane getting taxied around, that's not going to leave tire tracks either?
yeah. Well, according to their footage, the plane just lands and then it just like drives away like slowly and makes a round turn. So it's possible that at that point that they can say there's no tracks because of this.
Right.
That,
Yeah. Okay.
but but
Maybe.
but anyways, it does not justify anything.
But wouldn't the runway have like all kinds of markers and flags and everything? Because what do you
Also,
do? Just like, oh yeah, fuck it, land anywhere around here. I don't think
exactly,
so.
exactly.
No, I think it would be a very specific spot and it would be marked off pretty well where
Especially for a
they
plane like
probably have
this,
lights and like a red right return,
of course,
red on this side, green on that side, so you know
of
exactly
course.
where you are. That's what I think. Something missing there too. There's no runway in any of those pictures that I saw.
So that's the guy showing that the drone is beeping, and it does the same sound. Duffy's drone is doing the same sound in the video. So despite the fact that you can see nothing, well, the drone he sees something. The drone sees something because he beeps. They're so fucking. These people are so stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember this.
But yeah, this could be done in a studio too. It's not a
It can only be in a studio. It can be anywhere but in Antarctica. I buy it anywhere you want, in Australia, in North Pole, wherever, Hollywood, in Bora Bora. I don't know. So this is also a video of Flatzoid saying that he believes that they went there to take some footage, raw footage, in order to make their fake video, which I believe it makes sense also. But again, I don't know.
Yeah, clouds.
I wish we had somebody working in the CIA or in fucking Mossad or something that could just like give us all the intel on those motherfuckers, where they went, how they did it. It'll be very quickly.
Too soon.
Oh, these people will know very quickly, everything about these guys, everything about them. So that's Vikka's video showing that they used, the blue chroma. They made us believe that there was no green screen, but they didn't use the green color. They used the blue one. And here
Mhm.
Vikka is like showing that the sky was edited. So of course I had up this video
Oh
on
yeah,
the.
we had a whole podcast on this, and I also have the video, right, explaining like how it's happening. So it's digital sky, bro. So it's all fake. It's fake as hell.
It's fake as TFE.
The fake experiment, right?
It's fake as Duffy. But I wonder sometimes, these people, everything they create is fake. But I believe they might be fake themselves. Like at some point, maybe it's not their name, they are fake names, fake IDs, fake. Everything is fake about him. He's not a pastor. That's not a church. Maybe he filmed on that in that church there. I don't know, who the fuck knows.
Yeah, guys, I mentioned a few weeks ago I saw a movie recently called The Domino Principles from the 1970s. Gene Hackman was in it, and he was in jail doing really hard time. I forget what it was. He had like 15 years to go, and all of a sudden these agents came in and walked right through the prison, kind of had escorted into the guy's place, and they wanted him to do something, criminal on the outside. And they were like, "Here's your new name. Here's a whole bunch of money. Here's your task. Don't play games." And the movie was based about that, and it was just like, wow, they can get people to do things.
Of course, you kidding me?
They
And
can get
and,
people
and
to
that
do things, guys.
and that's something that we have to consider also, because again we are like truth seekers. We're seeking truth, but actually lots of truth is being held by most of the secret services in the world.
Yeah,
All
really.
these people, CIA, Mossad, FSB, MI6, all these people,
Yeah, well,
they have to.
look.
Okay, we don't give a shit about the launch codes of the nuclear submarines. We don't give a shit about that kind of truth. But truth that concerns us about the Earth, about everything, they have it. It's all in their files, in their computers.
Yeah, sure.
So
They have
at one
access
point,
to it, but
we're gonna have to be in contact with those people. We're gonna have to try to have them, help us somehow, because there might be lots of flat earthers into the intelligence community. That's for sure.
you probably got the best connections, Sam.
I wish, believe me, I wish I could find somebody that is connected, because in Israel it's a small world, everybody knows everybody.
Yeah,
So
and it's
I know Kerp. I'm gonna try to talk to him, see if he's got any connections into the,
There are many people on different platforms who are saying many amazing things and truth, right? Many veterans and many, we don't know from which background these people come. Many are there who are,
exactly.
so they might be doing their part, right?
Exactly, and I'm sure they will. I'm sure these people in the. I'm not talking about the entire establishment, but people in the CIA, like regular people that really are true
Yeah, but it's
secret
not only
agents.
about, but it's not only about the three-letter agencies. Like anything that kind of entity or a profession that can help, to prove it is the same thing, right? It's like, as I said, there are many people like radar navigators, pilots, and
Yeah, yeah,
ex
yes.
veterans, and who are saying the truth. So that means there are people who want the truth to come out, right?
Yes, you have people according, with their profession that knows things, but there are things that there are no other profession than, secret agents and spies that will know things. Like, there are things that you cannot know if you're not like a spy, or if you're not like, into this kind of thing. Like, and I believe at one point some of these people might come up and help us, of course, secretly, not openly, but we might try to, motivate their help, because I'm sure there's good guys into this. Not everybody's evil all over the place. There are good guys all over the place. So it might be like some good guys into these institutions there that might help us, that might have access to, things, and that yeah, that's also a good one. You see the date
What
on
was
the
that about
ticket?
the date? Go back to the date. Can we look at the date again on that receipt?
That was Jaren's luggage, checking luggage receipt, and he sent me a message. Yeah, that was the day when I left, California for Chile. I don't know what the fuck they went there. But the problem is that it's the 10th of December. That changes a lot of things. What does that mean? They made like, it took him 6 days to get in Antarctica, or 4 days.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
yeah. I remember something about that. There you go. Let me see this. So yeah, it was December 10th, and they were supposed to be there like the 14th, right?
14th, 16th, I don't remember. I don't know what the
So it
fuck
took
they
him
said.
4 days to get there. Is that what they're trying to say? 3 days.
So they went somewhere before that. If they went there before, if they went there at all, maybe
Right,
they
right.
never went there. We don't know. Again, the shadows, magic shadows.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was funny.
This is also the you see the everything is retracting. Also the boot here is like, you can see it's like a fake video. You have to play it, Vika, because it's like paused now.
What is
See
that?
see the boot?
Oh, that's the boot. Why is it so
Boot's
blurry?
changing. Yeah, it's changing. It's not a real picture. It's not a real. It's a fake footage. The bottle disappears. Then it comes back again. Then it stays in the same color within the shadow. It doesn't. So everything is like fake. Everything is like, the glitches all over the place. Anomalies all over the place. Look at that shit. How beautiful. Look at that plane there. See, even the plane is bending. The sun. Look at that sun. Whoppa. And that was hard to catch, but this is something also. This goes above. This goes above the plane. The, I don't know how you call that in English. This black things there. It's not supposed to go over the plane. It's supposed to be behind the plane.
But what, like on the ground or part of the plane?
On the ground, the black, how do you call it, container there? The black thing there.
Not sure what that
That
is. Looks like a wire or a pole to me.
no. This I'm not talking about this. This is like just like to show you that the image is changing. That means it's not real. But when you see the plane, when you go and you check it up, check the plane. Go ahead, play it. So they're in the real plane, but the outside is fake. Look at that thing. Look at the plane bending.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see that. And then the sun's doing all kind of weird things.
It's bending up.
Look at that nice sun there. Hey, hoppa. Look, check it out. Okay, stop. You see that black thing there? This is those are like I don't know how you call that in English. I forgot my. Well, it's like every few
Markers.
meters. Yeah, there
Markers.
is. Yeah, markers like this. There are a few markers in the ground. So now the plane, which is far away from this thing, you see now that marker is above the thing that from the wing there. I don't know you call that thing also. There's a lot of words in English I don't have. I'm sorry, but it's above it. It's clearly above it, and it's hard to catch because the computer did a good job in faking that environment there.
All right. So you mean to say that the ground is computer generated in this?
Yes, the plane is real. The plane is they probably went in a plane to I don't know to Tahiti. I don't know where, but the outside is fake. And then you see that the outside is also fake in the previous videos, in the previous footage, where you see that everything is bends and around the plane everything has no parallax shift. So everything is fake. The outside is fake. So that's important. Also we have to confirm. You have maybe to find more things to confirm it, but for me it's enough.
So that
With
means a perfect name could be the fake experiment, right?
yeah, the fake
The fake
experiments.
examination.
That's what I call it, the fake experiment, man.
But it wasn't
Oh
an
man.
experiment.
It was just fake,
It was a visual.
all fakery, the fakery.
There's a couple of guys. I heard Joe Hanvey and Nathan Thompson talking about trying to get down there next year. Well, later this year. But you never
Well, I
know.
tell you something. If we had to go there, we have to go there totally independent from all these people. We have to go there in a different place. Why go there?
Right.
Antarctica is all around the place. Why go there? We can
Yep.
go in Antarctica from
But we
New
really
Zealand.
should.
From
Ultimately, we'd have like several locations at once, or at least scattered through a few years. It's a lot of money, man.
At least in four directions, right?
Right.
you
Sure.
cannot go there
But
legally. We have to go there illegally. We have to go there into
that's,
like totally illegally,
I'll,
totally black op, total black op.
I'll send you
That nobody
cigarettes if you get busted.
they can bust by whatever they want, but this is the truth. We're talking
All
about
right.
the truth.
So let's go and say think what could be one of the biggest reason why this fakery was done, right? Anybody go ahead in any order.
Well, I don't think it is to convince us because they know they cannot convince us with that shit. You agree? They're not that stupid. They're fucked up. Those people are degenerates, but I don't think they're that fucked up. So that means they need something to convince the rest of the population. They are hunting. They are after like ultra stupid people, like totally stupid people. That's what they need. They need their population of stupid, totally dumb people, and that's what they are creating with this. Because believing into this is to you have to be totally insane. So they need that. They see that people are getting smart, people are starting to think, so they are running out of idiots. So they have to manufacture idiots, to engineer idiots. And this is how you engineer idiots. You make a stupid documentary like this, a stupid fakery, and whoever is going to believe it, okay, this is that's what they're looking for, and they're going to make a documentary in order to live into their fakery, their fake, their lies. They need that, so they need to entertain their own fans, their own followers, which are totally stupid to believe this, or people that are not stupid but are just like they hate so much nature and the creation and God and that they need a support. They need something like physical in what to believe in. They need a fake God. They need an idol in to believe into it. This is the principle of idolatry. You create an idol and then you worship it just to rebel against God. This is how what they do. They create a fake shit and then they worship it. That's what they need. Goes deep,
Oh yeah,
but
absolutely, brother. Could be of the various things, but I could say one thing is that I don't think there's any scarcity of of stupid people, even before TFE and even now, right?
I think they did this personally. The, for me, it would be because the flat Earth information is getting out there more than the elites would like it. You know, I think they tolerated it as long as it was just a few people, but it's no longer just a few people. It's a lot of people. We are not a fringe group anymore. There are a lot of people that are looking into this and believing it. And I think it's just it's just something to put out there to try to distract and get some people to just not look into it. That's kind of what I think it is personally. Just try to stop the momentum that we have surely gotten over the last, few years. This is my opinion. But I don't think
Creating, yeah.
it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work.
Well, the thing, it cannot work with us. That's my point. Is that this kind of fakery cannot work with like normal people. Even like
Right.
half stupid people won't believe in it. You have to be totally stupid to believe it. You understand what I mean? That means it's full of mistakes. It's full
Sure.
of anomalies. You have to be a total retarded, to believe in it. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for total retarded people. They need total retarded people. And how do you make totally retarded people? With things like that. Now they have something to
Oh
believe
yeah,
in.
disinformation, right? When you're not on the right way, any of your progress is not valid. Is useless because you're heading the wrong way. Go ahead, Gene. Your turn.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of think more like that. Yeah, flat Earth is getting out of hand. They have the control of the schools and all the information, so they can monitor everybody. And now with the internet, they're still monitoring everybody, but they're finding a disturbance in the force, kind of. Flat Earth is just so obvious. You got to be really dedicated to not lies, because you think it's the truth. And it's hard to let go. It's like telling a kid too young that Santa Claus ain't real, and some people just not. They're gonna hate you for it. They're gonna fight you with everything they got to prove you're wrong and that Santa Claus is real. So I think
Santa Claus is a very good example of
what?
Santa Claus. Imagine that the entire world was believing in Santa Claus, and that we guys, we don't believe in Santa Claus. We realize that Santa Claus is not real. So what they're going to do? They're going to make a
Right,
video of Santa Claus. They're going to see, oh look, this is Santa Claus. You see, we
right.
have a video of Santa Claus. So that's not right to say that Santa Claus does not exist. It does exist. That's exactly
No,
what they're doing.
exactly. So that's what they're gonna do, and they got a lot of this stuff going on. I just blocked Simon Dan today because he's on my Facebook feed. I see plenty of his stuff. I used to comment like up to maybe a year ago or so, 6 months, a year ago. I was up there goofing around, and now I'm just like I can't stand looking at this stuff anymore. And I was just like, he's so pathetic, that guy. But there's a ton of this kind of operative going on. This is a big one, caught a lot of attention. And I think a certain amount of people um, will just cling to their story and look at it as a confirmation bias for them, and it's going to prop them up. But hopefully I'm wrong. And when they come out with their stuff, we're going to have an answer to it. You know, there's so many things that can help people get to the flat Earth. It's a really important one. But everybody's got to hear it in their own way. And all we do is plant seeds, guys. I was having a conversation this weekend, and someone said something about convincing them, and I'm like, I never came into this trying to convince anybody. I try to point things out that are like irrefutable and that are really going to make you think, like, wow, what is that? And that's what I want to be. I want to be like so compelling that you got no choice but to question it and answer it, and be like, well, there is no real answer for that coming from the other side. So that's this. You can't have that both ways, like the water, like you were saying, Sam. Yeah, you're right. The filthy water in Coney Island looks brown, but when you pick it up in your hand, it's still clear. I used to bug out on that. It's like, wow, that's so strange. So it plays into that, but you can't have a globe and a flat earth exist in the same place. I don't really think that's possible. One of them is an
No, of course
illusion.
not.
One of them
Of
is an
course.
illusion, and the power of suggestion is so powerful, and it's a silent tool almost, and it's pounded into our heads since. That's why, man. We can learn this curriculum now. The curriculum's friggin' shot, I guess, but the 12 years of school over here, you could probably teach the whole 10 to 12-year curriculum to a well-adjusted 12-year-old kid in about 4 years. No problem. That, and then, so why they got the kids in there for that long? Because it's a training camp. They're brainwashing everybody. And not everybody's going to understand it. Not everybody's going to understand it right away. And some people might not ever, but so
Yeah.
I think it's damage control, 100%, 100%, because
Oh, oh,
none of the big names touched it at all, from what I can tell. Maybe they have, but nobody, none of the Neil deGrasse Tyson crowd touched it, except for Simon Dan, or I haven't heard hide or tail from Professor Dave, but no, I think it's just damage control, pretty much,
yeah,
because
it's
flat
so
Earth's
fucked
just
up.
gaining too much momentum.
Yeah, it's too dangerous for them to endorse that. It's too dangerous for Tyson, for all these people to endorse that because it's so fucking fake that they'll lose all credibility.
Yeah, because there is zero science, right? So this is the thing. This could be how do you say, normally it's uh, two birds in one shot, something like that. But this is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it is like fucking quite a bunch of targets in one shot, right? Everything that you guys mentioned, right? Apart from that, many other things about the deprogress, about the community, right? Not being on the right track, and all these clown show and all the grooming everything, and how it's been laying out from all this year. All was this. This is all the same thing of brainwashing, what Gene was mentioning, but for the adults, right? Continuing the saga of brainwashing, because it doesn't end there, right? So, apart from all these possibilities of why this fakery was done, right? My opinion is, and I think it's my opinion, right? That it's all about the extra lands, right? Globers are happy, flat earthers are happy. The experiment is done. Everybody done their show. Go to the house, pack your go and keep doing your inside the circle, inside the Gleason map, inside the ice wall. Fight there. Don't come here.
Hmm.
All right. Don't go and explore. Don't go and see. No, Antarctica is a very freezing place. It's a very hell place. I would never come here. This is the worst place, right? It's the hell on earth, right? This has have been the narrative. This has have been the narrative of the Flat Earth Society from a very long time. I respect that the people have opinion about the Earth being the dome in New Zealand and all this stuff. It's their opinion, right? I don't think the Earth is just at 8,000 or 10,000 miles that you can reach the wall of your prison, right? So I think it's like, be there, do your things, and don't question what is Antarctica. Yeah, there might be a sun, there might not be a sun, there might be a 24-hour sun, whatever, right? I had maybe 5 or 6 podcasts about all these extra lands and the possibilities and many other things. We went all in detail, right? Of the possibilities of what could be happening. My opinion is about, I know there are people with very different opinion about extra lands and the north being so most
Uh,
important, or But for me, north is also the part of extra land, right? You see, because you could call draw domesticate a place and call it the center of the earth, right? But you are still in a limited place, right? So even there, north, south, east, west on that domesticated area is not just a north in every direction or south, right? So what I mean is that a lot of possibilities. We even how do you say expanded on this operation Etherbound about documents of being of possibilities of what is happening there, right? And many other ways of realizing what is happening there. That the dome is not right there in New Zealand, guys, and the ice wall is the end of the earth. I think that is one of the main reasons that everybody just stays away from Antarctica,
Well,
right?
the thing is that if they keep us from going there, that means there is something there that they don't want us to see. That's for sure. Now, what it is, if it's extra lands, if it's other things, I don't know, but there is something there. That's for sure. It's
Oh
not
yeah,
that
it
there's
destroys
nothing.
the
That's
globe,
for sure.
Sam. If there's extra land, it destroys the globe because the main
Yes,
whole
of
globe
course,
agenda is to go take a round and come back to the same place in any
exactly,
direction. That's their main
exactly.
model, right?
You know,
The
it could,
proof of extra lands is destroys the model too in a way. Go ahead, Tron.
it could, well, just, I got to leave here in just a second, but it could simply be that, they found the edge. They found the firmament. They found it, which would also destroy the heliocentric model immediately. You
Of
know,
course.
so they could be something as simple as that. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly
Well,
don't know. I have
the
no
thing
idea.
that is the thing that is very strange is that Antarctica is supposed to be a high continent, and there is no humidity, so everything's is clear there. The sky is clear. So how come there are no observatories? How come they don't put huge
Yeah,
telescopes over there?
who knows? Yeah, who knows? There's a lot
Well,
of questions. A lot of questions.
according to the what we know about the dome, since the stars are included in the dome, so if you're close to the dome, maybe you're the closest place possible in Antarctica to look at the dome. So it's also possible. Everything is possible. Or that there are other lands, or the dome is there. Everything is possible at that point. We don't know. We don't have enough
Well, right,
information again
right
to
now,
think with.
all speculation. We really don't know. It would
But
be nice
there is
to know.
something. It's not empty. It's not empty because there are something there that they don't want us to know.
Well, they're keeping. Yeah, they don't want us to go. So obviously, there's something they don't want us to see.
Do you know that
Whatever it is, they do not want us to know.
in Judaism there is like a couple of comments on some verses of the Torah that say that God buried in the sea barriers there at the over there, he buried very important treasures to be found for the last war of Gog and Magog. So again, those are beliefs. This is religion. This is Judaism, but it's also information. For me, it's important information to just to take into account, into digging stuff, because
Oh
maybe
yeah,
there's
and then
important things.
the heavens and the layers and different realms, and yeah, for sure, many other cosmologies also do mention that, and some goes in really really detail of what this could be, right? But we are trying to figure it out. Anyway, Tron, we are almost wrapping it up. So if you wanna last words, yep.
Any last? Well, I think that I think this TFE is going to backfire. I think it's going to open the doors and dialogue for more talking about flat Earth stuff and geocentric model and everything. It's going to backfire on all of them. I personally think this, and I'm just looking forward to. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, keep trying to put the truth out, at least what I know to be true. I'm open, for more if I'm a real truther. So I am. I'm just glad to be. I think it's a good time to be alive, to know these things and to try to put forth the truth, and try to lead the way somehow. So I'm just encourage everybody that's listening and everybody on the panel here that I think we're all trying. We're all in this same thing. We want to know the truth, right? And we're all in pursuit of it. And I'm right there with you. And thanks for bringing me up and let me come on. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah, absolutely. We have so many different parts of the community who are trying to figure it out, and most have. It's not there's any doubt for many that this could be a possibility of reality. It's very few, maybe a handful might, right? But the majority knows for like this is a too fake to even if you wanted to believe it, right? That it's
Nobody
true,
I
right?
know, nobody that I know in flat Earth thinks this is real. We all know this is absolute garbage, fakery, bad fakes. That's everybody I know sees it that way. Everybody.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. Thanks for your time, brother, and your input. Always
Hi,
appreciate
Frank.
it. Yep.
I got to bounce out of here. I guess you're winding it down, but you can drop me or whatever you got to do. I really have to
However you want, bro.
go ahead and
Alrighty.
drop me. I got right here. I'll go ahead and hit it. Thank you. Thank you. It was a good panel and good discussion, guys. I'm going to go ahead.
Alrighty.
Yeah, good to see you, Tron. Thanks for coming up, bro.
Alrighty. Sam,
Yep, I'm here.
go ahead. Last thought, bro.
Last words. Well, always a pleasure to be here. I am looking forward to see you guys again next week, and again and again. We have to keep on digging, keep on thinking. You know, Yeah, I think sometimes thinking is more important than understanding. Sometimes even if we don't understand things, as long as we think, we build ourselves. We just like we remain human. We this is the purpose of being human. We have to think. We have to fight evil, fight the lies everywhere it is, under whatever form it is. And this is what we're doing. So by thinking about all this, even though we don't understand all these things yet, fully, we're doing the right job, the right thing to do. We have to think and always think and investigate, and this is what we build for. So that's for the last words.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. Connecting the dots, right? From many different angles and trying to get to the real big picture, right? Even
Hmm.
though we have different views and ideas about what could it be and why and everything, but yeah. Awesome input, bro. Thanks for being here tonight. Awesome. Sam. Gene.
Yeah, bro. Dude, I think this is one of the best ones on this topic that we had. I thought this was a really great discussion tonight. I got a lot out of this one. Um, thanks for throwing the show, brother. I'm always grateful to be here, bro. Glad everybody was here with us. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Good to see everybody. Um, yeah, Sam, bro, we all got different like characteristics and different things that we like, and we are fighting this, bro. We're fighting this the best we can, man. And being here for me is one of the is the best, man. This is the best way to do it for me, man. I mean, I'm out in the street anytime I get out with anybody, bro. As soon as I can squeeze it into somebody, I ask them like, "What do you think about flat Earth?" Strangers, bro. Anybody I come across, people in line at the store, waiters, anybody, bro, that crosses my path. I'm like, how can I talk to them? You know what I mean? And I don't talk about football and TV and stuff like that. I got, like no, like people don't have patience to talk about this. I don't have patience to talk about that, and I don't want to hear it, and they don't want to hear this sometimes either. So I understand that to a degree, but not too far because don't you like? Doesn't everybody want to live in the real world, or is the lie so comforting, and is it so disturbing to leave it that it's just too painful for some people? That I don't really understand that too much. It's like um, I don't get that really much at all. Like I don't care or whatever. That
I, I, I,
apathetic
I,
attitude, man. I don't have that. And
I,
and
I,
this is my mission, bro. And I'm blessed and I love being here with you guys. You guys here on the panels, Chris. It was so cool to meet you tonight, bro. I'm really glad you made it. I hope you make it back. If you hear this, man, it was great to have you, brother. Um, so yeah, bro, I'm having a great time, brother, and I learn a lot from this show every week. I think about you guys all week, and I'm psyched to be here, man. So thanks, guys.
Same here, same here. But but what you just said just before, that you don't understand, what's the deal with some people that don't accept the truth. Have you ever heard that thing about about hookers that love their pimps?
No.
Well, you have hookers that love their pimps. The pimps that send them to to do what they have to do, and they take all their money, and they love them for that. This is a syndrome. You understand?
Right. Yeah.
The the, the guy being raped that loves
Stockholm
his
syndrome.
rapist.
That's
Yeah,
called
Stockholm syndrome
Stockholm
is
syndrome, I think, when you
yes,
love your
but
oppressor.
yeah, you have your oppressor. This is like something you have to understand. It works on populations just as on individuals. People tend to
I
love
know.
and respect the one that oppress them and the one that like dominate them and rape them.
Yeah.
This is like a,
Yeah. And
some kind of
I,
malfunctioning
I
malfunction.
do understand the mechanism. I just don't understand the logic.
There's no logic. It's the heart. It's about the heart, not about the head. It's about the it's it's the heart. It's like it's a syndrome. So
Yeah.
it's a disease. It's a
Sort of. It's a
mind
way of thinking. It's a
malfunction.
way. It's a way of not thinking, really.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
Like an extremely bad comfort zone that you're so
Exactly.
comfortable. You know you're
Oh
being
yeah.
lied to. You know you're getting hammered,
Yeah.
and you just can't. You don't have it within you to do anything about it for yourself. Not even what we're trying to do. Talk to anyone else. You don't even have it within yourself to move yourself out of the fire.
I,
That's
I I
that's
don't talk.
sad. That's kind of rough, man. I
I,
don't know. I don't. I hope
I
I
never
never
talk to
experienced that.
check it out with people. I did like that. I never talk to people about flat Earth straight. Never. But I also always slide that in the conversation, like when I talk about things, and I'm always going to slide that, of course, the earth is flat and everything, and I'm just going to keep on going in the conversation. And
Cool.
if I see that, the guy is like, wait, what did you say? Did you say that the earth is
Hold
flat?
on. Back up.
So, so he got the bait, and and then I stopped, rolling that,
Yeah.
my thing there, and then I
Cool.
can talk to him because he's interested. Because if not, I
Yeah.
cannot push the interest, but I can
Right.
ignite it. You can ignite it. Just you put it in the
Right.
conversation, and if he catches on, it catches on. If he doesn't catch on, it's not for him. So just
Yeah.
that's
Exactly, bro. Like I said before, I'm not trying to convince anybody. I love this conversation. I love all of it. I'll go anywhere with you with it. But I don't. But that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the potential reality of our world, not football and TV and sports and
of
shit like
course.
that. And I'm like
Yeah, me
it's
This
getting
too.
is the thing.
irritating
Yeah,
for me.
but this is guys. We are almost done for tonight.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the thing. The same. These people are creating with this all this fakery and all this. The same thing. What is happening in mainstream media, creating fake things to your own agenda. So it's all in the end same way, right? They know that we flat earthers don't trust the mainstream media or the controllers or the elite. So the same thing, the infiltration is done in the community. So it's also created that confusion and it continues, right? Fake news, disinformation, gatekeeping, right? So absolutely, this is not the end of the TFE thing that we are saying. Okay, this is the end, and we are saying. For sure, more things are gonna come out. The documentary is gonna come out. We are gonna be, but this is the thing. We said it before. We are saying it again. This is the fake experiment, right? There is from no angle. There is authenticity been seen, felt, or heard or anything, right? Too much of promise and bullshit, and the after effect bullshit of continuing what is happening after that. It's all like nothing happens for casuality, right? I think we all flat earthers know that, right? Same as in the main stage of the world. Also, we have the stage of this whole TFE and globe stuff. So everything is like, and I think it's time for the people to understand like how deep is this bullshit to have this kind of infiltration happening from 10 years and people around you or many couldn't feel and see this freaking bullshit lies rolling out in front of them for a decade, guys. Wake the fuck up. So this is thank you so much for everybody who was on the panel. Sam, Gene, Chris, Tron, and each and every one of you in the chat who was here with us today in an amazing episode. We will continue to dismantle TFE. So this is Vikka signing off, guys. See you soon next week. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Bye
Night,
bye.
everybody.
Bye bye.